A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Summer Goodbye.
The last stoplight, the last traffic light, is where Sepulveda Boulevard crosses Ventura at Sherman Oaks. The next one's nearly 40 miles northwest at Camarillo. So we felt pretty sure there'd be nothing to stop us for a long time. And even though they weren't very far behind us then, I knew most of the side roads. I wasn't sure they did. I thought of the road that branches off the Hidden Valley Road that goes the other way from Lake Sherwood. And I thought of the East Potrero Road that goes down to the Coast Road. Finally leads deviously over through the sand dunes of Onami. I was afraid they might know that way. And then I remembered Las Vergenas Canyon. I remembered the little house way up under the hills, the place we used to call Shangri-La. And I was sure they wouldn't know that place. Now, you need a place to hide out in. And the back of your car is loaded down with 2 satchels full of money that used to belong to somebody else. And there's bright, fresh blood on the handle of one of them. Last days of summer in California. The time when you know it's summer goodbye. When the rains are sweeping down from the northwest where they've been gathering up over Juan de Fuca, drenching the forests in the north, turning to snow over the high Sierras, drifting southward to kiss summer goodbye and turn the long brown hills into green pastures. When the little brooks would fill up and overflow their banks, the sleepy Los Angeles River would come to life again down in the valley. Roads would disappear in the mud. The last days of summer. Then I knew if we could hide away somewhere till the rains came, they'd be hard put to follow us. Maybe there'd come a day when we could pull out again. And that money that used to be somebody else's would be ours. Madeline's and mine. And not in California either.
Rain up in the ridge route, Noel. We'll get it almost any day now.
It certainly doesn't look like it now, does it?
Oh, you can't tell in California.
Sooner the better.
That's right. The way it's been all summer. We get up in the canyon there, you know. I'm afraid of fire.
Well, we had no fires all summer.
It only takes one.
Turn around and see if you can see anybody.
No, nobody. I think they got tied up in the traffic back there at Van Nuys Boulevard.
Yeah, I hope so.
Me too.
Keep a sharp eye out for motorcycle cops, too.
Big joke if we got stopped for speeding.
I feel sorry for anybody that tries it.
Me too. I wonder what about that one that was carrying the satchel.
Nothing to wonder about.
I guess not. I got my hands all dirty from that satchel, too.
We can wash when we get up there.
I hope there's nobody up there.
So do I. Be too bad if there is.
Noel, you think you can get out if it starts to rain?
Hope so.
That road will probably go all to pieces.
Well, all the better for us.
Oh, I wouldn't want to get stuck.
We won't. Take another look back.
Nobody yet.
And I think we're getting away from them. If we don't get stuck behind a truck or something. you drivers.
Be careful, you're doing 75.
Well, I have to do better than that.
How much farther? Where we turn off, I mean.
4, 5, 6 miles, maybe more. That's the road there over to Canoga Park.
Listen, Noel. You hear anything?
What?
Silence.
I hear them. Long ways off, though. Hang on, we're going places.
I hope we don't blow a tire.
Don't cut it out. Fat chance.
What?
Hitchhiker. See him? Blue denim pants, khaki shirt.
Take the next car, mister.
Yeah.
You're going awful fast, Noel.
Well, so are the boys behind us.
Noel,
What?
what do we do if they catch up with us?
They won't catch up with us.
But what if they do?
Well, if they grab us,
Well,
they'll top us.
stop us? What do you mean?
Put us up on a platform with a rope around our necks, honey. Pull the platform out from under us.
Hang us?
Yeah, that's what they do to people that murder other people, honey.
I didn't murder anybody, Noel.
You were with me when I did.
Yes, but-
You didn't try to stop me. You grabbed the satchel he was carrying.
My hands. I didn't have a chance to wash them. I wish...
Wish what?
Another hitchhiker.
Yeah, it looks just like the one we just passed. Wish what?
What?
Wish what?
Oh, I wish we hadn't done it.
You want to keep on living in that shack down on Temple Street?
I wish we hadn't killed him.
Yeah, we had the honey. We wanted the money. He didn't want us to have it. Forget it.
I can't forget him. No, I think they're getting closer.
Can you see them?
There's too many curves in the road.
We'll be at Brent's Junction in a minute where we turn off.
But what if they follow us?
I don't think they will if they don't see us turn. They'll go right on out Ventura
And
Boulevard.
if they stop and ask somebody?
Well, if they follow us. Is that gun loaded?
We only fired one shot.
I'll see the safety's off.
We're really gonna fight it out if they...
Well, there's nothing else to do, honey. We're dead pigeons anyway.
It's a beautiful day
Yeah.
to die.
We won't die, baby.
Die with the summertime.
We won't die. Look, there's the turnoff.
They're closer too, Noel.
Hang on, here we go. Out of the way there, Mac. These hitchhikers, the woods is full of them.
Poor fellas.
Listen, if you're going to feel sorry for anybody, feel sorry for us.
I know, but they all look
They
so...
all look alike. Blue denim pants, khaki shirts.
No.
What?
I was just thinking. Suppose they stop and ask one of those hitchhikers.
They won't. Hey, wait a minute.
What are you going to do?
Talk to that fellow a minute. Hand me the pistol.
No.
Shut up.
Are you going to...
Stick your head out and yell at him.
Tell what?
Ask him to come here. I think we're going to pick him up.
No, you're not...
Do what I tell you.
Oh. Where is he?
Back up a little ways.
I don't see him,
He
Noel.
was right there. He was standing by that live oak tree.
Well, he's gone.
Well, he can't. Listen.
No, be careful. Go on.
But if he...
Go on. They're right behind us.
Hang on to your hat, baby. We made it around the corner at Brent's Junction. Down the Las Vergenas Canyon Road. As we passed the big yellow sign, no smoking or fires beyond this point, we heard the sirens of the police cars screaming their way on up Ventura Boulevard away from us. And we breathed a long sigh of relief. Slowed down at last to a respectable 30 miles an hour in the dust among the sunflowers. Down the winding road, past the alfalfa fields and the side road that leads down to the creek. Down the winding road past the steep little path that leads up to Las Vergenas schoolhouse. Sedately on past the barn where the dog comes out and bites at your tires. Down the winding road under the trees. To the clump of eucalyptus at the corner of Clarence Brown's ranch. And sharp turn left past the high wire fence. To the clump of scrub oak where you turn off. across the fields at the bottom of the hill. Up to Shangri-La. Around through the willows. Down through the sandy little creek bed that's a roaring torrent when it rains. Across the fields. And take down the bars in the gate. Up toward the hill. Through the woods to Shangri-La.
Look, no.
What?
My gracious, are there hitchhikers everywhere?
Way up here, too? Where's he going? There's nothing up this way except the house at Shangri-La.
He's got the same kind of uniform on.
Blue Levi's, khaki shirt. No hat?
No. Wait, stop.
What's the matter?
Listen, no. What if it's the same man?
What? You're crazy. How could he?
I don't know how he could, but it was a policeman or something.
I'll take the gun.
You're going to pick him up? You're going to stop?
I'm going to stop.
Look where you're going! What's the matter now?
We're stuck. No good. No good. We're stuck. Listen, go on up there and get that fellow to come and give us a hand, will you, Madeline?
What if he...
Tell him we'll give him a ride.
Well, all right.
Hurry up. The longer we sit here, the deeper we'll be in the sand here.
All right.
Make it snappy. I want to get out of here. I'll give him a ride, all right. I think if I can get him and Madeline to push...
No.
Now what?
No.
Yeah, what's the matter?
He's gone.
What?
He's gone. I can't find him anywhere. He was standing right there by the big rock and there isn't a sign of him. Oh, no, I'm scared.
Well, I was scared, too. You think not? Well, try it yourself sometime. Try murdering a man in broad daylight. Try carrying away 2 satchels full of money with a dozen people watching you. And try racing across the countryside with a frightened woman in a fast car and 3 carloads of cops right behind you. Get stuck in the sand 20 miles from no place. Somebody watching you and then disappearing when you go looking for him. Sure. Yeah, sure, you'll be just as scared as I was. Late summer afternoon, hot and lazy. The smell of eucalyptus trees around you, not a sound to reach you. Not a sound except the scrape of the shovel as you dig and dig and dig at the sand that keeps shifting under the wheels. And your wife standing there with a gun, keeping watch for you don't know who. And the afternoon shadows growing longer and longer, and a little breeze coming up to rustle the leaves and make you think you don't know who's creeping up on you. Ready to throw down a gun on you and say, "Come out with me, kids, let us hang you for robbery and murder." And you know all you want is to get up there to that deserted old house and stash away the satchels of money and just lie low till the rains come and a copper stay in the station house. And the curtain of rain hides you as you creep out and up the highway to a boat that's going to take you and the money and her away someplace where they'll never find you. Oh, you got plenty to think about while you're digging and the shadows crawl on the hillside towards you. You wonder if you'll ever be done and get out of there. You want to try it sometime? You don't, friend. Oh, yes, everything's got to end sometime, and at last the back wheel's free, and you get back in, and you ease yourself out of there. And it's dark now as you take that winding little old trail up between the hills. It's so hard to see, even in the daytime.
I keep feeling that there's somebody watching us, no.
Listen, you keep your ideas to yourself. This is tough enough in the dark.
Well, I wish you'd turn the bright lights on.
And have everybody within 20 miles seeing
You
us.
said nobody lives up here.
Yeah, we'll be all right with these lights. You can't get off the trail.
Unless we fall down the hillside.
We won't fall.
The in somebody's what?
Will you cut it out?
Sorry, honey. I'm scared.
Well, there's nothing to be scared of.
I know, that's what...
A deer. Deer all around here.
Oh, his eyes in the light. They look like...
I know what they look like.
Somebody's staring
It
at
was
us.
only a deer.
How much farther is it, Noel?
Only a little way now. You remember this turn, don't you?
I don't remember anything except I'm tired and cold and hungry.
Yeah, I'll give you something to remember when we're living on some nice, warm island down the South Pacific somewhere. 6,000 miles away from here.
If we ever get there.
What'd you say?
If we ever get there.
We'll get there.
No.
Well?
Do you think that hitchhiker could be a cop?
Nah.
Well, who was he?
Some bum. Listen, that wasn't the same guy. You crazy?
Well, I don't know. He sure looked the same.
Well, that's silly. How could he get ahead of us all the time? I was doing 75, 80 miles an hour. He was walking.
Maybe.
I can't hear you.
I said maybe he was walking.
You're crazy, man.
Well, maybe he had a motorcycle or something.
Well, how could he get past us? We'd have seen him if he passed
Well,
us.
maybe he knew some shortcuts.
No, cut it out.
Look out!
What? Just a snake in the road?
Did you run over it?
Yeah.
I heard it's bad luck to kill a snake.
Kill a snake, it brings rain. That's what we want.
I hate to see the summer go away.
Not me. Summer, goodbye. That's what I say. And good riddance. I want rain.
I wish we'd get there.
Yeah. That's just up this little slope, honey. And then we can rest.
I'm worn out.
Me too.
We've had a day.
Yeah, I'll say.
I sure want some coffee.
No coffee.
Why not?
Fire. Not going to build a fire up here.
Why? Afraid of setting the grass on fire? Afraid about that sign?
What sign?
Sign that said no smoke and no fires beyond this point.
No, not that. Somebody might see it. Anyway, you ever see a brush fire up here in the canyon?
No?
Well, you don't want to see one, believe me.
I guess not.
There's only this one road to get out, see?
I know.
And we drive right into the hands of the cops.
Yeah.
After it rains, it'll be all right.
Doesn't feel much like rain now. Say, isn't this the place?
Oh, I think it's a couple of 100 yards more. No, wait.
There's that rock shaped like a bell.
Sure, that's right. My gosh, I nearly got lost.
Well, you couldn't go much farther. The canyon ends right past the house.
Sure. Hey, looks different here at night.
I hope nobody's up here, no?
There isn't anybody, don't worry.
I don't know. That fella we saw.
Ah, forget it, will you? Yeah, this is good. We'll park here.
Why?
You go ahead and unlock the door. I'll get the stuff out and bring it up. Flashlight in the glove compartment.
You go unlock it.
Scared?
Well,
Fix.
All right, I'll try.
Go ahead, honey. We're all alone here. And this will be all over in a couple of days, and it's a hope for the South Pacific. Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
All right.
Watch out for snakes.
I will. No.
What's the matter? Where's that gun?
No.
What's the matter? Is there somebody?
No. The house. It's gone.
The house is gone, I said. The house is gone, she said. And the house was gone. I saw it 3.5 months before, and it was there. Little frame cabin, 3 rooms, a little porch and a chimney, big as life. I know it was there then. But in the darkness, that night, it was gone, friend. Oh, no, I checked it with a lone eucalyptus tree that stood alongside the porch. The tree was there. The house was gone. There wasn't the slightest sign that the house had ever stood there. Nothing dug up, no debris of any kind, no sign there'd ever been a house there. in the dim starlight, in the middle of the night. With my wife and me looking at it, me holding a satchel full of money in one hand and a loaded cocked pistol in the other. And top that, friend. Madeline started to cry. Well, I'll be...
You took us to the wrong place.
I wonder if I... No, I couldn't have. I know every inch of that trail, Madeline. You recognize the rock that looks like a bell yourself, didn't you?
Didn't I what?
Recognize it.
I thought I did. But where's the house?
I don't know. Somebody must have torn it down and taken it away.
Doesn't look as if there ever was a house here.
Yeah, you can't see in the dark. This is the place, all right. This is Shangri-La, Madeline.
I'm scared. Let's get out of here.
Get out of here and go where, darling?
Oh, no. Why did we do it?
Oh, for the love of... Here, give me that flashlight.
I tell you the house.
Give me that
on.
flashlight. What's that over there?
Where?
Looks like somebody's had a campfire here. Yeah, that's what it is.
No, let's go.
The fire's old. Old fire. The people that tore down the house probably built it to burn up rubbish. That's why we don't find anything.
I'm scared, Noah.
Shut up.
What are you going to do?
Yes, there's nothing else to do. Go back and sleep in the car.
With those bags? With the one with the blood?
The blood and the money, baby.
I won't be able to sleep a wink.
You said you were so tired.
I expected to sleep on a bunk in the house. Noah, what became of
It's
it?
been torn down, I told you. You talk as if I owned it or something.
Well, I don't go for it.
Look, sweetheart. We're 2 jumps ahead of the cops. We're loaded with 2 bags of money. They saw us knock off that guard. What do you want to do? Go to a hotel up in Santa Barbara? Don't be a jerk.
I'm sorry. I'm making a fool of myself, Noah.
That's a kid. That's a good kid.
Hope we don't have to stay here very long.
It'll rain. Any day now. Summer's over, baby. Now, come on back to the car. I'm out on my feet.
I wish...
I wonder who it was tore that place down.
Hope it wasn't that man we saw.
Oh, cut it out. He's a million miles away from here.
Well, I hope...
There was a rifle shot. I wonder...
What do you think?
Get in the car, Madeline.
I don't...
Get in the car.
I told you that, man.
Cut it out. I don't hear anything. Maybe it was somebody out taking a pot shot at a deer.
I tell you...
Get inside the car.
No, I don't want
You heard me. If anybody... What?
Oh, look. On the hill behind you.
What? Where?
The man. The man. The hitchhiker.
Where he stood. On the little slope of the hill above and behind us. Mist was drifting over the stars, but I couldn't mistake him. Khaki shirt, blue Levi's, no hat. Rifle in his hand. I shouted at him, but he didn't even look down at me. He raised his rifle and fired. Immediately there was an answering shot from somewhere off in the hills below us. Madeline was lying alongside the car crying. I stood there. Just stood there unable to move. And he started down the hill toward us. And then a sudden flurry of shots in the distance. And like a character in an old-time silent movie, he stumbled and fell down the hill toward us. I could see the spreading stain across his khaki shirt in the starlight. I took a step toward him. He didn't even look at me. Painfully, oh, so painfully, he drew himself up on his knees, aimed the longest time, and fired one shot. Madeline! Madeline, I yelled. And all I could hear in the dark was her bubbling, rasping breath, and when I reached her, her sweater was black with blood. She could only gasp. I raised the pistol and aimed it at the man who had murdered my wife, and I pressed the trigger once, twice, 3, 4 times. The man stood up again, and I saw the bullets hit him in the starlight. But he didn't even cringe. Silently, deliberately, he reached in his pocket, pulled out a match, and struck it. Bent down to set fire to the summer dry grass. And in half a second, the scene was bright as day. The racing fire roared at me. I hardly had time to snatch up Madeline and hurry into the car. Start away back where we came from. There was nothing else to do. Down the twisting canyon trail, a car pursued us. I drove faster and faster. Faster the dying woman in the car with me, a devastating fire was leaping at us. Down through the fence. Down to the Sandy Creek bottom. Fire always at our heels. And then, just as we crossed the creek, the rain began. The blessed rain that was to have saved us, now that we'd bidden goodbye to summer. And at the corner, there by the ranch, the police car was waiting. And Madeline was dead. I told them, under the guns, and I could see they didn't believe me. I babbled about the rain, how it had put out the fire, how the house was gone, and they laughed. And then when it was morning, when it was broad daylight, we went back up the canyon, up the twisting trail, where there was no sign of fire. Me and the police. And when we got there, in the daylight, there was the house. Just as it always had been. And there hadn't been any fire. Not the night before, anyway. One of the police officers told me about it. Remember, or maybe you don't, 27 years ago, there was a fellow murdered a couple up here in Las Corrinas Canyon, he said. And he hid away up here. 27 years ago, he said. The posse came on him at night and they killed him. But he managed to set the grass on fire that night. It burned out the whole countryside, he said. He was a bad man, he said. Right up here. I remember him so well. A hitchhiker he was. Wore a pair of Levi's and a khaki shirt. Remember him very well, he said. So do I.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Summer Goodbye. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Kathleen Cordell played the part of Madeline. Music for Quiet Please is by Albert Vernon. Now, Willis Cooper for a word about next week.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for you for next week is called Northern Light.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. The Dark Tower.
Perhaps I should have known from the very beginning, as the car brought me up the great curving drive. Perhaps I should have seen in that massive pile of gray stone on the Jersey coast, near the crashing sea, the shape and face of terror. But at that moment, nothing was further from my mind. The recent death of my invalid father had left me alone. And here on the East Coast, far from all associations, I was starting my life again. In my pocketbook was a letter from Dr. Edward Preston, the eminent psychiatrist, confirming my engagement as governess to his 7-year-old son, Bobby. And in my mind were all the thoughts of a young girl, anticipating anything except fear. And so, I found myself at my first interview with Dr. Preston.
Well, I think we understand each other then. And the salary's agreeable?
Of course, Dr. Preston. But it seems a great deal for...
Please, Miss Carroll. As I explained in my letter, there's good reason for that. A reason that becomes my painful duty to tell you now.
Yes?
My wife is mad.
Oh, how terrible for you.
To be a psychiatrist and be powerless to help my own wife.
Is there no hope?
I'm afraid not. You see, I'm not her first husband. She was married before and had a son, John. He was killed last year in China in a plane crash.
Oh.
His death was a great shock to my wife. She never recovered.
I can understand that. I told you that my father...
Yes, of course. Mrs. Preston, however, is still quite active. That's why you must be with Bobby continually.
Dr. Preston, you don't mean...
I mean that Bobby must never be left alone with her. Oh. My wife is attended constantly by my housekeeper, Miss Brandley. She's completely trustworthy and has been with my family in this house for years.
And I am Bobby's guardian.
Exactly. It's no easy job. Miss French, the last governess, just packed up and left without a word. I want to be sure you understand completely before you begin.
I appreciate your honesty, Doctor, and I wish I could tell you how sorry I am for you.
Thank you, Miss Carroll. In spite of what you know now, you will stay?
Of course, Doctor. You need me. I'll stay.
Not only need you, Miss Carroll, but want you. And I'm sure Bobby will agree when he sees what a pretty young governess I've been...
You rang, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Miss Brandy. This is Miss Carroll, Bobby's new governess. Will you show her to her room, please?
Very well, Doctor.
Now, if you'll excuse me, Miss Carroll, I'll arrange for your bags to be sent upstairs. And once again, for your understanding Thank you with all my heart.
So you're the new governess.
Yes. I hope little Bobby will like...
Go.
What?
Get out of here, you little fool, while you still have time.
My arm. Let go.
Get out. You're not wanted here. Not wanted.
I should have fled then, with the cold, icy fingers of fear beating a tattoo inside me, as I broke myself out of the grasp of this chill, domineering woman. But instead, my heart went out to the lonely man who had asked for my help. And so I stayed, to follow Dr. Preston up the great, curving stairway in the vast, echoing hall. Up it spiraled into a room in the high tower which gave the house its name.
This will be your room, Miss Carroll. Bobby's through the connecting door.
Oh, what a magnificent view.
Yes, the view is wonderful. The Atlantic. That's all ocean for 3,000 miles over the horizon.
Oh.
The sea breaking on the rocks far below may disturb you a little at first, but eventually that rhythm becomes a lullaby. One could sleep to it forever. Listen to it.
Oh, French windows. And a little balcony, too. Oh.
Yes, I wouldn't use this balcony if I were you. You see how low the railing is, and it's a sheer drop to the sea and the rocks. I hope you won't find a use for it, Miss Carroll.
No, I certainly won't. And with a child, it seems very dangerous to have it.
Well, here's Bobby.
Bobby, come here.
Daddy. Hi, Daddy.
It's all right, Miss Brantley. How are you, son? Well, look who's here. The new governess. Bobby, this is Mary.
Hello, Bobby.
How do? Are you Mary Poppins?
Now, who's Mary Poppins?
I know. She's in a book, isn't she, Bobby? She had an umbrella.
Yes, and she slid up the banisters. Can you slide up the banisters, Mary?
I'm afraid not.
Well, I should think not. Miss Carroll isn't in a book. She's real.
But Miss French was real, only she was an angel, and she could fly.
Miss French was the governess who left.
Oh.
And what makes you think, young man, that she could fly?
I know she could fly because...
Mrs. Preston, what are you doing up here?
Joyce.
I wanted to see my baby, Edward.
No.
I just wanted to touch him.
No, don't let her touch me. She's bad. Mary, don't let her touch me.
Now, Bobby, that's all right. It's only your mummy.
No, take her away.
Bobby, don't you know me? I just wanted to see you.
Joyce, you know you shouldn't be up here. Come away.
But just to see him, only for a moment.
Come away.
Edward, I'm a mother. You can't shut me away from my child. You can't.
Joyce.
Yes, Edward. Yes.
Come away with me now, Joyce. Come away.
Yes, Edward. I know I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come.
Miss Carroll.
Oh, Miss Brantley, I didn't know you were here.
Now, will you leave?
Oh, hush, Bobby, it's all right. Of course not. I'm needed here.
You're a fool. A blind, stubborn little fool.
Maybe I am, but I'm not leaving.
You'll leave, all right, sooner or later. But I've done my duty. I've warned you.
A week in the Tower House, and I had settled into a kind of routine. And then one day, as Bobby was having his afternoon nap, I went out into the garden for a breath of air. A visitor and Mrs. Preston were in the summer house. And Mrs. Preston was a different person. She was alive and vibrant and almost gay when she called to me.
Mary, come over here, dear.
Yes, Mrs. Preston?
You never guess who this is. Mr. Frank King. Mr. King was John's closest friend in China.
John?
Yes. My first son, the one who was...
How do you do?
My name's Mary Carroll. How do you do?
Forgive me, my dear. For a moment,
Perfectly natural. You've been wonderful, anyway. You see, Miss Carroll, John and I were, pretty friendly, and I promised myself as soon as I got back to the States I'd drop in and see his folks.
So I checked in at the Continental Hotel and came straight out here.
I think that's very nice of you, Mr. King.
Oh, I don't know. It seemed like the thing to do.
It was a wonderful thing to do. I know very little about about the details. And you've been like a breath of good, pure air. Oh, you've blown away a lot of the cobwebs for me, Mr. King. Really, I feel like a new... Edward.
Oh, Dr. Preston, this is a
Young man,
friend.
I don't know who you are, but you have no business here. My wife isn't well. She's forbidden to have visitors. Miss Carroll will see that you leave. Come, Joyce.
But, Edward, this is John's friend.
You'll allow me to know what's best for you.
Oh, now look here, sir.
You will please leave at once. Are you coming, Joyce?
Yes, Edward. I'm coming.
That meeting was to have its repercussions, and the first of them was that night. I was sitting in my room in the tower house when the door burst open violently. Oh, Mrs. Preston. What do you want?
You think I'm mad, don't you? He told you I was, didn't he?
Oh, Mrs.
Oh,
Preston.
don't answer. I know he did. You don't understand. It isn't I. It's he who is mad.
Dr. Preston?
Yes. Oh, listen, my dear, and leave me. I need a friend desperately. Do you know how my first husband died?
No,
He committed suicide because he believed himself insane.
But what has that to do with Dr. Preston?
Edward Preston was our best friend. He was also my husband's doctor. Oh, don't you see it? The pattern repeating itself. First he wanted me, so he tricked my husband to his death, his best friend. And now he's driving me in the same direction. Oh, how can I convince you?
Mrs. Preston, you're tired and excited now. Wouldn't it be
You
better?
stubborn little fool. How can I prove it to you? The governess was here before you. Miss French. He's told you about her.
Oh, yes. She left suddenly.
Suddenly? Yes, very suddenly. She was my only friend, the only one who could have saved me, but... Look, I'll show you. You see these windows facing on the sea? Look down. You see those angry breakers dashing against the rocks? Yes. Miss French knew too much. She hadn't been in this house 3 days before she saw the pattern repeating itself. That's why she knew she...
Knew what, Mrs. Preston?
That door. Didn't you hear it? Oh, he's home. He mustn't find me here. Okay. If you won't believe me, if you won't help me, and before it's too late, you must leave this evil place.
Miss Carroll?
Bobby, what are you doing out of bed?
I heard you and Mommy talking before. I'm afraid of her. She knows the secret, too.
What secret?
She knows Miss French flew away. Miss French was here with Daddy, and they were yelling at each other, so I hid away in my room. Then Daddy went away, and I looked in, and Miss French was gone. And the windows were open, just like that.
Oh.
You're not going to fly away, too, Mary?
No, my darling. When I leave, it will be with you, and not that way. Not that way.
From the beginning, Mary Carroll's position as governess of the small son of Dr. Preston, an eminent psychiatrist, was surrounded with an atmosphere of apprehension and terror. Arriving at Dr. Preston's old tower house, poised on a sheer cliff over the crashing sea, she learned that instead of a governess, she was expected to be a guardian to Bobby. For according to the doctor, Mrs. Preston, Bobby's mother, was mad. Mad from grief over the death of a soldier son by a former marriage. Mary's apprehension mounts when the housekeeper, Miss Brandley, tells her to leave, to flee this awful house before some unnamed danger overtakes her. The pattern of terror became more complex after a visit by Frank King, a friend of Mrs. Preston's dead son. His coming precipitated a strange and violent scene between the doctor and his wife. Now, two frightening questions begin to haunt Mary Carroll. Is Mrs. Preston really mad? And what really happened to the governess she replaced? Bobby says she flew away out the French windows of Mary Carroll's room that overlooks the tumultuous sea. In her room, Mary Carroll ponders these questions.
In my room overlooking the sea, high under the eaves of grim Tower House, I sat with fear running through me like the cold, scurrying feet of some nameless thing. Had Dr. Preston, my employer, murdered the governess before me? Had she watched him all those years ago drive Mrs. Preston's first husband to suicide and returned again to the house to watch him deliberately repeat the pattern with his wife? Was I to believe the stories of a child and a mad woman against the word of an eminent psychiatrist? Was this a house of tragedy only or of macabre and chilling terror? I knew now that I must have help. But where to turn? Dr. Preston himself? Mrs. Preston, a woman who might be mad? Miss Brandley, that cold, hard housekeeper who already hated me as an interloper in her house? Bobby, a 7-year-old child. And then in a flash, I knew my only hope. Mr. King?
Yes?
This is Mary Carroll, the governess at Tower House. I'm in terrible trouble, and I'm phoning to ask if you'll help me.
Carol, I don't know what to say.
Oh, please, I don't dare talk long. Will you meet me in the summer house as soon as you can?
I scarcely know you. Why me?
It's not for me, it's for John, your friend. Mrs. Preston's first son who died in China. Will you come for his sake?
Well, hello? Are you still there?
Yes.
What's the matter?
There's someone listening on the phone. I can't talk anymore. Will you meet me where I asked?
Okay, Miss Carroll. I'll be there about 1.
There was no moon, and the night closed around me like a cloak as I raced across the lawn toward the glowing coal of a cigarette in the summer house. Oh, thank heavens you came.
Were you expecting me, Miss Carroll?
Dr. Preston.
You were expecting someone else.
Yes, that is, he's the man I'm in love with.
Miss Carroll, when you came here, I told you this was a hard job. Now, if you can't live up to the terms of it, we'll have to come to some other arrangement.
Oh, no, Doctor, I'm perfectly satisfied. I was in the wrong.
I'm glad you're so reasonable. Now, when your young man comes and... I think I hear him now. You'll tell him to go immediately and never come back.
Oh.
Are we agreed?
Yes.
All right. You may have a moment with him, but I shall be listening.
Hello? Hello there.
Oh, my dear, I'm so glad to see you. Kiss me, please, kiss me.
Well, far be it.
Now say something nice to me quickly, please.
Hello, darling. Oh, you're looking lovely.
Just hold me close for a moment, dearest.
Hey, look, what is all this?
He's listening, Dr. Preston. I have to talk fast. He's trying to drive his wife mad.
What?
Darling, I can't tell you why, but I can't see you anymore for a while.
Mary, I don't understand.
Well, will you trust me till I can explain?
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, don't say anything, darling.
What do you want me to do?
There was a governess here, Miss French. She disappeared. I think she was murdered. Please find out for me.
Great Scott.
Good night, darling, and thanks for understanding.
But I don't entirely. Listen, Mary, you will write.
Oh, yes.
All right, then, dear. One more kiss for her.
Yes. Will you help?
What about you? This other girl?
Oh, no. No, I can't leave that poor woman and the child. I'm all they've got.
I'm with you. Stand by for word from me. Good night, Mary.
Good night, darling.
Miss Carroll, I couldn't see your young man very well, but his voice sounded, rather familiar.
Oh, I don't think so. You've never met him.
Perhaps not.
And will you write him later and explain?
As a matter of fact, that may not be necessary.
Why not?
Because, Miss Carroll, I've decided to commit my wife to my sanitarium tomorrow.
I spent that night and the next day in a fever of impatience, helpless to stop the impending tragedy, waiting for that phone call from Frank, terrified that Dr. Preston might have guessed that I knew his secret. And then, at last, when it was all over, and Dr. Preston and Miss Brandy had left with Mrs. Preston in the car for the sanitarium, the brooding silence of that terrible house was shattered. Hello?
Mary? It's Frank. Frank King.
Yes?
You were right about that governess. She did disappear. The police are checking on it right now.
It doesn't matter.
What?
It's too late. They left 15 minutes ago. They took Mrs. Preston to the insane asylum.
Are you alone there?
Except for Bobby.
Mary, you've got to leave that place. You're in danger.
Not anymore. It doesn't matter.
Mary, what's wrong? Mary.
There's a draft. As though the front door...
Mary, listen to me. Get to your room and lock yourself in. I'm calling right out.
Frank, I'm scared. There's someone in the house.
Get hold of yourself, Mary. Don't talk. Get to your room and lock yourself in. I'm on my way.
Who's there? Oh, the lights. Where are the lights? Oh, Dr. Preston, don't point that gun at...
You little idiot. You think you deceived me for a moment. I knew you'd found out. So I'm afraid you must be removed.
You wouldn't dare.
Why not? I listened to you on the phone telling your gallant Mr. King that I'd left the house for the sanitarium. Who knows that I've come back, except you?
Miss Brantley?
Miss Brantley doesn't care for anything but this house and me. My wife is insane. As for the time, I drove slowly, natural under the circumstances.
But why are you doing all of this?
Why? Do you know what it is to love a woman of stone? A woman who could never forget her first husband? Do you know the humiliation of loving without being loved? A love I committed murder to gain.
So you did murder him, too?
Of course. Oh, it was noble. His best friend, his doctor. The kind words, the gentle suggestions, like water dripping on a stone. The gnawing doubt until he stilled it with a bullet through his brain.
Oh, how could you?
I would have done anything to possess her. And I did. I married her a year later. I lavished everything on her, even gave her the child she wanted, and for what? Only to find her love given to a child. But I've had my revenge. First, in denying her his love, and now, in destroying her. I mortgaged my life for a woman of stone. And now I loathe her. I despise her.
You're mad.
Not mad enough to forget what has to be done. The windows, Miss Carroll. A short leap to eternity. Maybe you are the lucky one. Come.
Oh, no.
Come,
no,
or must I shoot you first? Come.
Please, I won't tell, I promise.
Too late. The time is running out. There, that's better.
No.
Now, jump.
No, Mary, don't fly away. Please don't fly away.
Bobby.
Daddy, don't let her fly away. I want her to stay.
Bobby, let go of me. Let go of my leg.
Oh, no, watch out, the balcony.
Help me.
He fell. Oh. There, Bobby, dear. It's all right. Mary's with you.
Mary, open the door. It's Frank King. Mary, you all right?
Oh, Frank.
Are you all right, Mary?
Yes, I'm all right.
And Preston?
Well, he tried to... And then Bobby came in and... Oh, Frank, it's so terrible he fell.
Daddy couldn't fly, could he, Mary? Daddy wasn't an angel.
No, son, he wasn't an angel.
Daddy, I'm scared. I want my mommy. I want my mommy.
It's over now. The days of terror are over, of hope begun. Frank is driving us away from Tower House down the long, curving drive. And Bobby is sitting in the back seat, shyly beside his mother, and her eyes are shining down at him. For a moment, Frank touches my hand, and I have the strength to turn and look for the last time at that massive pile of gray stone, the tower dark against the evening sky. Dark, save for one light. Miss Brandley is alone among her ghosts, keeping vigil over the house she loves so well. She's welcome to it. I shall never return to that house again, to that room over the sounding sea, except sometimes in the night. For the mind and memory have no defense against dreams.
Shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
The Diary of Fate. Fate plays no favorites. It could happen to you.
Book 63, page 397.
In the Diary of Fate.
The name, Joe Mattuck. Occupation, truck driver. An honest endeavor, and one which requires strength and endurance. It was work well suited to you, Joe Mattuck. You were robust, strong, and courageous. Life could have been good, but you were impatient. And then fate intervened. At just the wrong moment, a traffic light changed and confronted you with an opportunity. A temptation which struck at your weakest point. Yes, because a traffic light changed, your life will be utterly destroyed. Take heed, you who listen, lest you think me unjust. I am not cruel, not unmindful of mortal rights. But soon it will be time for a further entry under the name Joe Mattuck. When I have written, I will read from his page in The Diary of Fate. Mortal eye can penetrate the dark curtain of the future, even as the mind of Joe Mattuck could not foretell what the few hours of one night would bring when he yielded to temptation and gave free rein to his impatience. He could not tell where it would end as he stood on a third-floor fire escape and struggled for a precious black bag.
Try to double-cross me, will you? I'll show you, you cheap no-good.
No, Joe, stop it.
Give me that bag.
Oh.
Give it to me. Turn loose of it, or I'll break your arm.
Joe, please.
Come on, turn loose of it. Give it to me.
Yes, in that instant, Joe Mattuck, your life became a churning maelstrom of horror. And now you know too late that if your choice be for evil, the end is inevitable. For that is all part of a plan. And I, Fate, am but the instrument. And the little things, the trifles of life, are the tools with which I work. Remember, Joe Mattuck, how it all started? You were leaving on your regular run to Morristown. And you'd picked up a hitchhiker, a girl, and you conversed easily with her as you drove through the traffic toward the suburbs and the open highway.
The same, so Tuesday night it was a bus and a hitch the next morning with a fresh guy from Buffalo and IU. That's the story. By the way, I'm Belle Sheldon. What's your name?
Joe Mattuck. I'm out of Morristown, and that's as far as I'll be able to take it.
Oh, every little bit helps, Joe. You know, hitchhiking's kind of tough for a girl.
Too many Romeos?
Oh, that. They figure women spell trouble. You married?
Married and working at it. I've got a beautiful wife.
Oh, you should be. You're easy to look at. How often are you with her?
Oh, every third day. That's the only thing I don't like about this job. You see, the pay's good and the work, well, I'm built for it, but...
But you don't like being away from the missus so much, and with the amount of cash you sock away each week, it'll be 6 or 7 years before you can get a truck of your own and have a business going.
Yeah, that's it on the button. How'd you know?
Oh, you're not the first truck driver I've hitched with. It's an old story, Joe. It's a sad one.
What do you mean?
Doesn't work, believe me, Joe. I've been around. You get no place that way. You plan, you mark time, and then all of a sudden you're old.
Oh, what's your answer? Well, you've got life figured out.
I have to keep my eyes open, wide open, Joe, and sooner or later an opportunity comes along, and then, brother, I move, and I move fast. Hey, what's that traffic signal for? Count a hit?
No, that's US 12 out of Carlsberg. Busy road. Maybe we'll make the light.
Nope, turned red. We lose, Joe.
Yes, Joe Mattuck, a little thing happened. I, Fate, moved my hand, and at just that instant, a traffic light turned red, and you stopped. But before you started again, a man approached carrying a coat and a black overnight bag. He asked you for a ride. Belle didn't mind being crowded. and you gave the stranger a lift. 10 minutes later, as the truck rolled along the even highway, he was fast asleep.
Oh, great conversationalist you picked up. He's sound asleep.
Oh, in that case, you'll have to talk for two. Tell me, Bill, what do you think
Joe,
about...
look out, that car!
Crazy drunk. What happened?
Oh, that was too close.
A pint of whiskey and some guys figure they're supposed to straddle a white line.
Here, mister, you dropped your bag.
Give me that. Hey, easy, brother. She was doing you a favor.
It opened. Sure you didn't lose anything?
Oh, I didn't lose anything. Sorry I got rough with you, lady.
It's all right. Forget it.
There's a chow wagon at Cedarville around this next curve, Belle. Shake's sleeping Beauty. Maybe he wants some coffee.
Coffee's a good idea. Hey, Beauty, wake up.
Huh? Oh, what's wrong?
Nothing. We're just going to stop for some java. Say, what's your name, fella?
My name? Nick. My name is Nick.
Nick what?
Nick Nodella.
Well, here we are. Chuck's Chuck Wagon. The best coffee and the worst food between here and the coast. You can leave your bag and coat in the cab, Nick. They'll be safe.
Thanks, but I'll take the stuff with me.
Hey, this is quite a little town.
Yeah, Cedarville's all right. Kind of quiet, though. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's go, Nick.
According to C.R. Mattuck, Chairman of the university will enlarge our program.
You know, I might have a steak to go with that cup of coffee. What about you, Bill? I'll buy if you're broke.
Thanks, I'll pay my own way. Now, there's a table, Joe, in the corner.
Only what's keeping Nick?
Carsburg, in a
I don't know.
daring daylight
Wait,
holdup.
the radio,
Carsburg
listen, Joe.
National Bank was robbed of more than $100,000. 3 men, armed and wearing handkerchiefs over their faces, entered the bank shortly before closing time this afternoon. They overpowered the bank guard at one teller and got away in a waiting car. No description was gotten of the men, and the police believe that they split up before leaving Carsburg. Now, the last minute
Joe,
holdup of
come here.
Berlin.
Joe, where's Nick?
Nick? Outside, I guess. Why? What's the matter?
His bag, Joe. I saw what he's carrying when it dropped and it opened. Joe, it's filled with money.
What?
Money, Joe. You understand? It's full of money.
For a moment, Joe Mattuck, you were stunned. Then slowly the full implication of Belle's words struck you. You quickly followed her out of the restaurant, but Nick was nowhere in sight. Then you thought of the bus station, and you ran across the street and searched the small building.
He's not on station, Belle. We better call the police.
Don't be a fool, Joe. Nick Nadella has $100,000, or a good part of it, in that little black bag. We're going to get it, Joe. You and me. I told you that sooner or later opportunity comes along.
Quiet, Belle. There he is. Over in the shadow of the truck. You sold me on it, Belle. We're partners. Come on. Hey, Nick, you going to have coffee?
No, I changed my mind.
No, you didn't miss a thing, Nick. Strictly mud.
Hey, Joe, any objection to my sleeping in the back for a while? I'm beat, dead tired.
Oh, suit yourself. That gives us more room up in front. Here, I'll open it up.
Got your coat and stuff, Nick?
Yeah. How far you going, Joe?
Morristown. I'll wake you up when we get there.
Okay, thanks.
Let's get rolling, Bill.
I'm all for it. Now that we've got our pigeon cooped up. I tell you, Joe, it's simple. As soon as you get to a crossroad, kind of an open spot where we can see cars coming in either direction, you take motor trouble. Then get Nick out of the back to help you.
Will we go for that?
Oh, sure. He's anxious to get out of here. Give him a screwdriver to hold or something while you turn the motor over. Then when he gets around in front, just slip the truck into gear.
And Nick Nadella is a hit-and-run case. Yeah, it'll work all right. We got to remember to throw his coat out, too.
The coat, yes, but not the little black bag.
No, Belle. We'll keep the little black bag.
All right, Joe. No cars in sight.
Right. I can't figure the trouble, Belle. I'll get Nick to give me a hand.
Okay.
Hey, Nick! Nick, wake up.
Huh? Uh-oh. We in Morristown already?
No, it's motor trouble. I need your help.
Oh, I don't know anything about motors.
You don't have to. Just hold a screwdriver where I show you.
Okay. Let's get it over with.
Here, hold the flashlight, Bill. You, Nick, touch the screwdriver here.
Uh-huh.
No, you got to get it in closer. Get around front.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Now I'm going to race the motor. Don't worry if there's a spark. It can't hurt you.
It's all right, Joe. I don't scare easy.
Good. Now we're all set.
Okay, we got to move fast now.
That's it. Belle, get the bag.
Joe, the bag is gone!
Yes, Joe. The bag was gone, and the man was dead. Because of a little thing, a red traffic signal, you had committed murder. Soon, Joe Mattuck, I will write another entry under your name in the Diary of Fate. Dark of night on a lonely highway, a man lay dead, killed by you for a black bag full of money. And now, that money was gone.
What are you talking about? That bag's got to be there.
Come and look. It's not here, I tell you.
Well, then where is it? He had it when he got in back here, didn't he?
I thought so. He was holding a coat over his hands. I figured the satchel was under the coat.
Those doors weren't open until we stopped right here. They can't be open from the inside. What did he do with it? How'd he get rid of it?
Now, wait a minute. Let me think.
Listen, we can't hang around here forever. We've got to get going. If anybody sees him under there, why, we're through.
I know it. Keep your shirt on. Look, something was funny about him walking across the street back there in Cedarville and then showing up at the truck again.
Belle, come on. We've got to get out of here.
Joe, wait, I've got it. I'll bet anything I'm right. Come on, help me.
What? What are you going to do?
We've got to search his pocket.
Search him? What for?
Maybe he's got a baggage check on him. He could have checked that satchel in the bus station at Cedarville.
Yeah, you're right.
Nothing here. Pull the skirt around.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe, here it is. Look. Come on.
I'm pretty smart on it, checking that bag. There's nobody coming from there. I hope we get out of sight before they find us.
Stop worrying. We cash this in, we're set. Now, look. Got any idea how we're going to get back to Cedarville?
Yeah, that's easy. We'll pick up my car at home and drive back. But I got to get this load delivered first.
What about your wife?
Well, we'll go to the house and get the car first, then I'll call Molly from downtown and tell her I've got to go right back on some kind of a job for the company. She'll take it all right.
Okay, Joe. Sounds good. By tomorrow morning, you can go your way and I'll go mine. But the roads won't be nearly so rough. Right, Joe?
Right, Belle.
As the heavy truck roared toward Morristown, Joe, you did not feel like talking. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when you backed the truck against the loading platform of the Morristown Freight House. And a half hour later, Belle waited in your car while you called your wife from the all-night drugstore.
Molly, this is Joe. Honey, I've got to go back to Cedarville. Yeah, right away. Well, one of the trucks had a breakdown and... Huh? Oh, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I was going to leave a note for you, but I forgot. Yeah. Okay, honey. Yeah. Bye-bye, baby.
You're sure a good driver, Joe. We really made time.
Yeah. It's only 20 minutes after 3. I think I'll park along here. We can walk over to the bus depot. Unless you want to wait in the car.
No, I'll go along. As a matter of fact, Joe, if there are any questions, I might be able to get it easier than you. I could say I'm his wife or something.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, you go ahead and get her. I'll wait outside.
Okay, Joe. Be right back.
Come on, Mel. Get in the car. Hurry up.
Okay. Joe, this is it. I got it.
Well, come on. Open it up. Let's see.
All right, just a second. Joe, look. Look.
Holy smoke. It's full. Bundles of bills.
They're all 10s and 20s. Joe, it's a fortune.
Yeah. Oh, here, let me see it.
Wait a minute. We got to decide something. Where are we going to split this up?
Oh, we could drive out someplace.
That's no good. Somebody might see us. We got to be careful now. Look, let's go to a hotel and I'll get a room. We'll divide it up there. Gotta be right, Joe. 50-50.
At the hotel, Bell registered and was given a room on the 3rd floor. And then fate again intervened, and another little thing happened. You, Joe, stopped to light a cigarette, and you missed the elevator. When it came down again, it carried a friend of yours, a truck driver who was staying overnight at the hotel. It was impossible to avoid him, but you cut the conversation short. And a few minutes later, you followed Bell down the hall to room 314.
312, 314. Here it is, Joe. Come on in, Joe. Slip the chain on the door.
Okay.
Who was the guy downstairs?
Oh, just another truck driver. Sure bum luck running into him here.
Stop worrying, will you? In 10 minutes, you'll be on your way home. A very rich man.
Yeah. Well, let's get started. Put the stuff on the table and we'll divide it
All
up.
right. Just a second. I want to open this window a little. It's stuffy. Ah, there. Now, let's get it all out of the bag and lay it on the table. And we can count it.
Yeah. Oh, gee, Bill, look at it. Well, there must be $100,000 here at least. Boy, those guys downstairs would go nuts if they saw this.
Joe, wait.
Oh, what's the matter?
Quiet. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
Outside the door. There's somebody out there. I heard them.
What? Well, here, ditch this stuff back in the bag. I'll take a look.
Wait a minute. There. Okay.
There's nobody out here.
Look again. Take a good look.
Okay, but I... Hey, what the...
Get out!
What the devil? Bell! Bell, let me in. What are you doing?
Beat it, sucker. You want the cops up here?
Bell, open this door. Bell, I'll bust it open. Bell. All right, then. Bell, what? The money. So that's it. Oh, a fire escape. Come back here, you. Try to double-cross me, will you? I'll show you, you cheap little no-good chiseler.
No, stop it. Stop
Give
it.
me that bag.
I won't.
Give it to me. Turn loose of it or I'll break your arm.
Joe, please. Look out, I'm slipping, Joe.
Turn loose of it. Give it to me.
No,
For a horrified instant, you stared down at Bell's crumpled form, lying dead in the alley, 3 stories below. Then, as the crowd began to gather, you clutched the black satchel and quickly climbed to the roof of the hotel. As you jumped to the adjoining roof, you heard your friend in the crowd calling your name. You ran down a fire escape and dashed to your car. Seconds later, your tires screeching, you turned south away from Morristown. Behind you, a police siren wailed.
Oh, it's dead. I killed her. I can't go home now. I gotta drive, and drive fast. They recognize me. I made 150 miles. Outside of the cops. Maybe I can stop here for coffee. Better take the bag along.
The latest reports of shocking murder in Cedarville last night, where an unidentified woman was hurled 3 stories to her death from a hotel fire escape by a truck driver named Joe Mack. When last seen, he was driving south on Highway 43 in a blue 1942 Oldsmobile convertible, license number 3849.
Getting tired of driving all night, all day. Gotta stop and rest soon. Maybe they won't know me in this town. Maybe I can get some sleep. Cops spotted me again. Gotta go fast. I'll shake them. They'll turn. Oh, too fast. I'm skidding. Come on, I'm gonna make it. Fire. I'm on fire. Gotta get out. No, the bag. The bag of money. There now, I gotta get out. Get out and run.
Yes, Joe, your car crashed and burst into flames. But you got out. And you got the bag of money out, too. But only at the expense of bad burns on your face and hands. You ran into the railroad yards and boarded a freight train. Finally, days later, and hundreds of miles away, you changed your name, bought new clothes, and had your burns treated. You were scarred and disfigured from the fire. Now no one could recognize you. And you had more than $100,000 in cash to start your new life. Take heed, you who listen, lest you think fate is a conspirator in evil. In a few moments, I will write the final entry in the record of Joe Mattuck. When I have written, I will read from the Diary of Fate. Given up everything. Your wife, your name, your honor, and even your handsome face for a black bag filled with money. Now you were John Warren, a man with a scarred face and a fortune. Yes, your new life was going to be quite enjoyable, you decided, as you sat in your new apartment after a day of lavish spending.
Good evening. Are you Mr. John Warren?
That's right.
Mind if we come in?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
Well, we got something to talk over with you. Now, Mr. Warren, what's your real name?
Real name? What do you mean? Who are you?
We're the police. You birds always work under an alias. What's your real name?
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
Doesn't make any difference. We'll take your fingerprints when we get down to headquarters, and then we'll find out who you really are. You, spent quite a tidy piece of change today, didn't you?
Yes. What's wrong with that? It's my money.
I'll say it's your money. We traced it all back here to you.
Hey, what's this all about, anyway?
I'm glad you admitted it was your money, Mr. Warren. You see, every dollar you spent today was counterfeit.
Yes, Joe. The money you had sacrificed everything for was counterfeit. If you had taken time to read a newspaper, you would have known that the bandits who robbed the Carlsberg Bank were captured and the money recovered. You would also have known that a notorious counterfeiter was found dead on the highway near Cedarville. But you didn't. And so the bag of money that you thought would bring a rich new life brought only disgrace and death. And now it is time to close the book. Another entry has been duly noted on the pages of eternity. And justice has been served. In the case of Joe Mattuck, as in the cases of all mortals, it was the little things which determined the ultimate outcome. Because fate caused a traffic light to change at the right moment, Joe Mattuck was faced with a decision, and he chose for evil. And because he stopped to light a cigarette and missed an elevator, he was recognized by a fellow truck driver. The result of an evil choice was certain, brought about by the little unnoticed things which are my instruments. Ponder well the moral, you who listen, and remember that there is a page for you in
The Diary of Fate. The cast included Frank Albertson, Gloria Blondell, Herbert Litton, Jerry Hausner, Ray Erlenborn, Ivan Ditmars, and Hal Sawyer. This is a Larry Finley transcription, brought to you from Hollywood.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Golden Bracelet of Amoniris.
There doesn't seem... Over there, next to the sarcophagus. It's one of the workers.
He shouldn't be in here.
Something's happened to him.
Here, you. Get up. Get out of here.
Just a minute.
What are you feeling his pulse for?
He's dead.
What?
He's dead. And look, around his wrist. That's the snake bracelet the mummy wore. There's a strange mark on his wrist, like the fang marks of a snake.
The Hall of Fantasy will present the Golden Bracelet of Amoniris in just a moment. And now for our story entitled The Golden Bracelet of Amoniris.
I had gone over to Egypt with Dr. Jason Freeman's archaeological group to discover, if possible, the tomb of the pharaoh Amouaten. Amouaten had been one of the greatest rulers of the Third Dynasty. Other parties before ours had covered every inch of ground in the Valley of Kings, only to meet with failure. Dr. Freeman believed the lost tomb was several miles away from the valley, and accordingly, our base of operations was set up some 20 miles north of the Valley of Kings. It was about midday, almost a month after we had begun excavating. What I wouldn't give to be in a nice, air-conditioned room in Cairo.
I should imagine you'd be enjoying every minute of this, Charles.
I can enjoy it and still be uncomfortable, Dr. Freeman.
Yes, I suppose so.
We don't seem to have had much luck so far.
But we will. I'm sure of it.
One of the men is calling to us.
Perhaps he found something. Well, let's see. Yeah, all right. We're coming.
Where's Professor Porter?
There he is over there. He's coming too.
Yeah, how about it? We find tomb.
What?
We find tomb. Look.
Here. Let me see.
Well?
He's right. And we're in luck. The seal is intact.
What is it? What's happened?
We were in luck when we started to dig here, Porter. We found the tomb.
And the seal on the door?
It's intact. That means grave robbers didn't break in. The tomb is just as it was left centuries ago.
Is it Amoaten's tomb?
We don't know yet. We won't know till we get inside. There's no marking out here by the door. Maybe the sand is covering it.
What are we going to do?
We'll clear this area by the doorway. Then we'll use dynamite to blast it down. Men back far enough?
There isn't anyone except us within 200 yards of that door.
Good. The wire's attached, Porter?
Yes.
Then set it off.
You've done it!
Yes, a good clean job, Porter.
When do we go in?
You've forgotten about the heat, eh, Charles? You're caught up in the excitement of discovery. Well, it's to be expected.
Yes, but when do we go in?
In about 2 hours. We'll give the air a chance to get in there and replace that which is present now. I don't want to take any chances of one of us being overcome by the stale oxygen in there.
Jason.
Yes, Porter?
It's strange, but I have the feeling that we shouldn't go inside that tomb.
Well,
I don't know. I must be reading too many murder stories in my spare time. Everything inside that tomb is dead. Of course, nothing can hurt us.
Are you ready?
Yes.
You've told the men to stay back at the camp.
Yes.
All right, then. Let's go. It's a good thing we waited. It still smells stale. Musty in here.
Seems strange that there was no inscription on the door outside the tomb. Nor is there any in this passageway. Burial chamber will let us know whose tomb this is. Shine your lights up ahead. I think we're coming to it.
Yes, we are. Now, we'll find out if we've discovered the tomb of Amoaten.
There's an inscription over there.
Shine your lights over there. See if you can make it out, Porter.
It's not the tomb of Amoaten, Jason. It's the tomb of Amoniris.
Amoniris?
Yeah.
The legendary queen of the Third Dynasty. It's truly a great discovery.
Then you're not disappointed.
Of course not, Charles. We've come across something the world thought was lost forever. Amoniris, the greatest of the queens of Egypt. Even in the most complete histories of Egypt, only vague references are made to her name. But we were sure she existed. And this will prove it.
Who was she? Queen of Egypt, master of men, and one of the cruelest rulers of the ancient world. To disobey her slightest wish meant death to the one who incurred her wrath.
Let's see if we can open the sarcophagus. This burial chamber is magnificently preserved. I only hope that the mummy of Amoniris will be in the same condition.
There's an inscription on the side of the sarcophagus, Jason.
What does it say?
Let me see. Whomsoever violates the resting place of the queen and steals her wealth from her shall die the death she reserved for him. Nice and friendly.
They went to a great deal of trouble to frighten the grave robbers away. Inscriptions like that one appealing to the superstitious natures of their people. They hoped it would save their tombs from being ransacked. For the ancient Egyptians believed that they needed their wealth and possessions after death.
Well, it certainly made me think for a minute.
Oh, there's nothing to it. Isn't it right, Ford?
No, there's nothing to it.
Now, let's see if we can't roll the top of this sarcophagus off. The three of us together. Right. All right. All together now. A little more. That does it.
Shall die the death.
Yes. There she is. Wrapped in mummy cloth. And her head covered by a gold mask. The mummy of Amoniris.
Whosoever violates my tomb shall die.
Listen. What's the matter, Father?
Didn't you hear it?
Hear what?
The voice.
Oh, you're imagining things, Ford.
No, I'm not. I heard something, I tell you. A woman's voice saying, whomsoever violates my tomb shall die.
We'll return to the Hall of Fantasy in the tale of the Golden Bracelet of Amoniris in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy in the tale of the Golden Bracelet of Amoniris.
Both Freeman and I stared at Dr. Porter in amazement. He had backed away from the sarcophagus and stood staring down at the still figure of Amoniris in horror. Then he looked apprehensively around the burial chamber as if searching for someone.
What's the matter with you, Porter?
I tell you, I heard something.
Well, I thought I heard something, too, like an animal howling.
And that's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Well, I heard the animal, too. But I didn't hear any voice, Porter.
Maybe you imagined you heard it.
It's possible that I imagined it, but it was so real, as if she were standing right beside me.
Stop looking around the burial chamber. There's no one else in here.
Are you sure?
Of course we are.
You don't look at all well, Porter. Maybe you'd better go outside and get some air.
No, I'll stay here with you.
Then forget about what you thought you heard. Sound like a superstitious fool.
I'm sorry, but...
Forget it.
What do you want me to do?
We're going to unwrap the mummy. See what jewels and articles of value it has in its person. You've done this before, Porter. I think you should take charge of the job. That's it. That's the last of it.
What a remarkable state of preservation she's in.
Look, on her left wrist. That's a gold snake bracelet.
Yes. I noticed it before. Beautiful workmanship.
It looks almost as if it were alive.
But it's not. It's getting late. We better go back to camp now. We can catalog the contents of the burial chamber tomorrow.
It moved.
What moved?
The snake bracelet. It moved.
Nothing's moved, Porter, except your imagination. Don't stop it. I'm going to recommend that you be sent back to the States.
I'm sorry, Jason. I don't know what's the matter with me. I thought it moved.
You're not a superstitious man, Porter. Now, that's one of the reasons I wanted you with me in this expedition. But you're sounding like a frightened fool. I'll forget this nonsense once and for all. We'll go back to camp, eat, and then get a good night's sleep. I'm sure that's all you'll need to make you forget about your strange notions.
What time is it?
Almost 10:30.
We'd better turn in if we're going to get that good night's sleep you were talking about.
I don't feel like sleeping. Oh, you will once you lie down. You'd better go to your tent, Porter.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Well, good night.
I'm worried about him, Charles.
Oh, he's just tired, Jason. He'll be all right in the morning.
Oh, I hope so. All this nonsense about a voice and then saying you saw the snake bracelet move. You know, you'd think something was happening to his mind.
That jackal out there. I hope it finds something to eat and stops howling. Ever since we made camp here, at night it's been out there, as if it were waiting for something.
You get used to it after a while.
I heard that cry while we were in the tomb today.
I heard something myself. But it could have been the wind rushing through the passageways. You sound as if you're afraid.
Oh, I don't think I am.
That's what the ravings of an upset mind can do. If Porter isn't better in the morning, I will send him back.
Well, you know, while we were in there today, I could almost believe that he had heard something.
Now, don't tell me you're starting to believe it.
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like a scream.
That's what I think it was.
I heard a scream.
Yes.
So did we.
It came from the tomb.
Are you sure?
Yes. My tent is at least 100 yards closer to the tomb than you are. I heard it quite clearly.
Maybe we better take a look, eh? Get your flashlights. One of the workers might have gone in there and hurt himself. Let's see what's happened. Anyone in here? Shine your lights around.
Well, that doesn't seem...
Over there. Next to the sarcophagus.
It's one of the workers.
He shouldn't be in here.
Something's happened to him.
Here, you. Get up. Get out of here.
Just a minute.
Oh. What are you feeling his pulse for?
He's dead.
What?
He's dead.
And look. Around his wrist. That's the snake bracelet the mummy wore.
There's a strange mark on his wrist. Like the fang marks of a snake.
Let me see. Those are fang marks.
What's wrong?
I felt it move.
What move?
The snake bracelet.
You're insane.
No, Jason. It did slip down his wrist a little.
And now, it's on the floor. Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, Porter. It's just a gold bracelet. An inanimate object that can harm no one.
In the days that followed, we cataloged all the contents of the tomb. It was an exceptionally rich store of treasures that had been buried there with the Queen. Many of the objects we left with the Egyptian Department of Antiquities. But we were allowed to bring the mummy of Queen Amoniris and a small part of the jewelry and other articles back to America with us. Among them was the snake bracelet. About a month after our return, Jason Freeman invited Dr. Porter and me over to his house one evening.
Gentlemen, my wife, Laura.
How do you do?
A pleasure, Mr.
Jason's
Freeman.
spoken of you often. And he's spoken of both of you often also, I feel as though I know you already.
I see you're wearing the gold bracelet we found in the tomb.
Yes, a gift from my husband. The other things he presented to the museum.
Did he tell you
yes.
about...
Yes, he mentioned that it was found on the wrist of a dead man.
Porter seems to believe that, excuse me. Hello? Yes. This is Jason Freeman. What's that? Well, it's not possible. I see. Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me know. Goodbye.
Who was it, dear?
Dr. Stevens. The curator of the museum.
Anything wrong, Jason?
Yes. He said the mummy of Amoniris is missing from its glass case. The case is completely shattered, but the mummy is gone.
Well, who would want to see
Stevens said the watchman told him he saw something walking across the grass outside the museum.
What do you mean?
He said it was the mummy he saw. You are listening to the tale of The Golden Bracelet of Amoniris on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story entitled The Golden Bracelet of Amoniris.
Jason Freeman had just received a telephone call from Stevens, the curator of the museum. From him, he learned that the glass case in which the mummy of Amoniris had been placed had been destroyed, and the mummy was gone.
Are you serious, Jason?
Quite serious, my dear. Stevens said the night watchman had seen the mummy walking.
That's absurd.
No, not necessarily. Since I've been back, I've tried to learn everything I could about Amoniris. The bracelet you're wearing, Mrs. Freeman, has a definite connection with her.
What are you talking about, Porter?
Well, look, Amoniris had that snake bracelet especially made for her. Once she came into possession of it, she built her whole life around it. She believed that if the bracelet was taken from her, it would result in her death. And so she guarded it jealously. But one night, as she lay sleeping, it was stolen from her wrist. And she awoke to find it gone. She learned that one of the high priests had it in his possession. And so she went to him and demanded it. She went alone. When she walked into the trap the priests had laid, they killed her.
I know that story too, Porter. That's only one of the legends that surround Amoniris.
That's right, Jason, only one. But I'm not through telling you about her yet.
Oh, why don't you forget about her, Professor?
Because it may mean our deaths if I do.
I think your mind's going back on you, Porter.
I don't care what you think. I'm trying to help you, and I think you should listen.
And I think that you...
Oh, now, Jason, let him talk.
According to the legend surrounding her, it is said that if the bracelet is removed from her wrist, Amoniris will wake from her long sleep to recover the bracelet. And with her, she will bring death.
I know that story too, Andrew. It's all Tommy, right?
I don't think it is, Jason. I think it's true.
Then I think you're as stupid as the story you're telling.
Jason.
I'm sorry, my dear.
The mummy is gone, Jason.
So someone could have taken it.
Not according to the night watchman.
And he could have been drinking.
He saw something, Jason. Something out on the lawn in front of the museum.
I'm going to take this thing off.
What's the matter with you? All of you. This is the 20th century, not the Dark Ages.
How far is the museum from here?
About half a mile.
Then it shouldn't be too long.
What do you mean?
The mummy should be here soon.
Listen.
Dog. Only a dog.
I'm not so sure. It could be the cry of a jackal.
Oh.
I refuse to stay in here and listen to such stupid nonsense. I'm going out for a walk.
Jason, don't go out there.
I'm not going to stay here and listen to a lot of foolishness.
Jason!
Let him go.
Oh, I'm sorry that I made your husband angry, Mrs. Freeman. It's just that I believe that we never should have entered the tomb of Amoniris.
Andrew.
Yes?
Mrs. Freeman set the snake bracelet down on the coffee table. Now, no one has touched it since. Do you see what I see?
It's moved.
Oh, that's no dog out there.
What are we going to do?
I think that we should...
That's Jason.
We better see what happened.
He shouldn't have gone out there.
Let me in.
Open the door, Porter.
It's out there.
What's out there?
The mummy. I saw it.
Then the story is true.
I owe you an apology, Porter. I'm sorry.
What are we going to do?
It must be destroyed.
But how? That thing from the past is 5,000 years old and still lives.
It's getting closer to us.
We have to think of something.
It's trying to break down the door. Get back! Do you have a gun in the house?
No.
Any other weapon?
Nothing at all. Besides, what good would bullets do against it?
That door won't hold up much longer.
We have to think of something.
Fire.
What's that?
The way to destroy it. Fire. Jason, do you have any kerosene, any turpentine, anything flammable around the house?
Not that I know of.
Oh, I have some cleaning fluid in the kitchen.
Get it, and some old rags that we can soak with it.
I'll be right back.
Now, look, when it breaks in, it'll probably head first for the bracelet and then for us.
Yes.
Now, we'll soak the rags in the cleaning fluid, and when it gets close enough to us, we'll light them and throw them at the mummy. It's been kept dry through all these centuries. It should burn like a torch.
The next time, the door will break in.
We must be absolutely certain that the burning rags fall on the mummy.
What about the house?
What do you want to save? Your house or your life?
Here it is.
Good. Now, pour the cleaning fluid over these rags.
Here, I'll do it.
Make sure the rags are completely soaked with the fluid.
Don't worry, I will.
Oh!
It's there, steady in the doorway.
Seize the bracelet.
Remember, when it picks up the bracelet, we throw the burning rags at it.
That's all the cleaning fluid.
It's got the bracelet. All right, light the rags. Right.
All right, hurry.
It's starting for us.
All right, throw the rags. That's it. It's starting to burn.
But it hasn't stopped.
Back away! Back away!
Are you sure the fire's completely out?
Yes.
I was afraid that we'd never be able to stop it.
So was I.
Yes. But we did stop. And the mummy is destroyed.
Well, there's nothing left but ashes.
And the bracelet.
Yes, and the bracelet. Only the flames melted it down, so that it's lost all shape and form. That's all there is left of the golden bracelet of Amoniris.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Now, the Hermits.
Murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The mystery of the thing? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Startling new development, the mysterious disappearance of Dawn Forestier, beautiful wife of Dr. John Forestier.
Hextree! You two in Forestier case!
Sure, I saw the coat. It was Dawn Forestier's, that's for sure. Had her name stitched in it. As beautiful a piece of sable as a poor newspaper reporter ever looked upon. Yeah, and her other clothing was there, too. Underneath the coat.
Hextree! Big foul play in Forestier case! Police hunt for bodies!
Well, read it aloud, Clara. It is believed that the beautiful Dawn Forestier has been murdered. This morning, several hours after Dr. Forestier reported his wife missing, Sexton Rolfe Griggs of Green Cedar Cemetery found a bundle of clothing inside the cemetery gate, which has been identified as belonging to Mrs. Forestier.
Oh, golly. In the burial ground. Readers of the Gazette will recall the dramatic circumstances which have surrounded Dawn Forestier since early this year. She was discovered one morning in the spring wandering in the park near Longview Hospital by Dr. John Forestier.
Sure, I remember. Read all about it. She was a victim of
amnesia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that means you can't remember who you are or where you came from or anything. It tells all about it here in the Gazette.
The doctor took her to the hospital.
Yeah. And he named her Dawn.
Uh-huh. And fell in love with her and married her. They never discovered who she was. It says here,
It was thought at the time the beautiful woman who later became the bride of Dr. Forrester might have attended a masked ball or came from the stage. But no such person was ever reported missing.
Sure. Don't you recall it, Clara? She was dressed in an old-fashioned gown. It was torn all to tatters.
Yeah, and now she's disappeared again, as mysterious-like as she came.
Oh, gee, ain't it awful. You know, Clara, I kind of got it figured out. I'll bet she was the moll of some gangster who spirited her away and murdered her. Gee, murdered. Probably cut into 100...
Gentlemen of the press, I have called you here to my home to tell you that you need not continue your search for Mrs. Forrester.
What do you mean, Doctor? Not to continue the search?
Well, what's the dope, Dr. Forrester? Have you located her? I think perhaps we have.
Well, where is she, Doctor?
Where'd you find her? Please.
What are you going to do?
Please, gentlemen. If you will kindly allow me to do the talking, or rather, if you will permit Mrs. Forrester to speak. Then she is here in the house? No. My wife will speak to you through a letter she left behind for me. I only discovered it this evening. For you see, she had placed it in a volume of verse from which I often read to her. Oddly enough, I had thought I would never want to open the sonnets from the Portuguese again. It was against my will that I turned to it this evening. Perhaps guided by dawn. Who knows? Who can say? It was here I found her letter to me. What is in the letter, Dr. Forrester? I'm about to read it to you. There will be a few passages I will omit. They are personal messages meant only for my eyes. But here is the story of the disappearance of Dawn.
My darling John, this is going to be the most difficult and tragic hour of my life. For in this letter, I must say farewell to you, my devoted husband. The story I have to tell you, John, will be so strange and terrible that at first you won't believe it. But as you remember me, as you recall the circumstances of our meeting, how you found me dazed and wandering in the park one spring morning, how we've never known who I was or where I came from, then you will give more credence to my story. You named me Dawn because you found me at sunrise. Forrest, dear, because you loved me. We met in the dawn, my darling. But I must creep away from you in the darkness of the night. Oh, John, how I've loved you. And yet how disturbed I've been since I've lived here with you. I've tried to keep it from you, but your analytical mind and keen eyes have often noted my condition. You've repeatedly said...
What is it, Dawn? What's wrong?
Nothing, darling. Why?
You know, dear, I often think it must have been during the night time that you were mistreated or abused by someone or something which brought about your amnesia.
Why, John?
Because it's always in the night time that you appear nervous, disturbed.
Oh, John, you're imagining things. It was not you, John, who was imagining things. It was I. At least at first I thought it was a product of my imagination. It happened for the first time a few days after we returned from our honeymoon and had come here to live. You had left my room. I had turned off the light by my bed, prepared to sleep. First, I thought I must be dreaming. From a distance, I heard a singing wind, like the opening strains of a melody played on an organ. Something quickened within me. I seemed to know the melody. I thought to myself, everything is going to come back to me. I shall know who I was before I became Dawn Forrester. I listened intently. And then as I was listening, my outer bedroom door seemed to light up. Yes, that's it, to light up. I sat up in bed. A streetlight shining through my window made the thing that materialized against my door very discernible. I could see that it was something phosphorescent. It glowed and shimmered in the half-light. Then I could see that it was taking a shape and form, the form of a human being. For many seconds I looked upon it, too frightened to speak. Finally, I got out the words, "What are you?" There was no answer. When I spoke, it disappeared. In the morning, I was convinced I'd dreamed it all. But the next night, the same thing occurred again. Once more, I was aroused from a half-sleep by the music of the wind. The second time, the glowing figure seemed to be closer. I spoke again. "Who are you?" This time, the figure didn't vanish so quickly after I'd spoken. It lingered a few seconds and then faded away like a picture on a screen. This materialization occurred for 7 consecutive nights. It was then, John, that I asked a favor of you. Remember? John?
Yes, darling?
Would you think it too bold of me if I asked if we might go away for the weekend?
No, darling. I wish we could. I've noticed how nervous you've been the last few days.
I'm sorry, dear. I don't know what it is.
Don't let it distress you, Dawn. You're not entirely well, you know. Maybe some time before your nerves stop playing tricks on you.
You're so helpful to me, John.
I wish I might grant your request to go away for the weekend, but my work at present makes it impossible.
Oh, it's all right, dear. It was only a suggestion. I'm really all right, so long as I have you. You had said it would be a long time before my nerves stopped playing me tricks. Oh, this was something to cling to. It was silly of me to get upset. No human figure really materialized in my room. It was my nerves playing me tricks. But the visitation didn't stop, John. Hearing the singing wind, having that glowing, shimmering thing appear in my room was continuous. And then came the thing that struck terror in my heart. This night I had fallen asleep. Again, the music of the wind aroused me. I opened my eyes, and then I gasped in fright. For this time, the glowing figure was standing beside my bed, so near me I could reach out and touch it. Then something terrible happened. I found I couldn't breathe. It was as if something was cutting off my breathing. I struggled for air. And while I struggled, the thing near me began to make a strange sound. I sensed what was happening. The thing was somehow taking the breath from me, getting it into its own body. I must do something quickly. I sat up. I threw my arm out as if to push the thing away. I struggled to push it away. And as I touched it, I could feel something cold and gelatin-like. And then it disappeared. That was the night, John, that I screamed.
Darling, what is it? What in the world is it? Dawn, look at me. Tell me, what was it? A nightmare?
John! From then on, events transpired rapidly. You made an appointment for me with Dr. Bland, the eminent psychiatrist. Oh, I know, darling, you were upset because I refused to go to him. But I knew by then that it was no use. The thing was growing bolder all the time. Many nights it stood over me in my room, and without touching me, was yet able to take the breath from me and command it to enter its own body. As it did this, night after night, it became stronger, and I became weaker. You will recall vividly what occurred 2 weeks ago tonight. We were invited to the Westings for dinner, and we accepted. An hour before we were to leave, I sat at my dressing table, putting the last finishing touches to my makeup. It was only dusk outside. Never had the thing appeared but in the nighttime. I was brushing my hair when I heard the melody of the wind. figure stood right behind me. And, John, I could see what it was. In the mirror, I could see what the thing was.
And what can be the thing that haunts and torments the beautiful Dean Forestier? The hermit who knows all the weird and terrible happenings on the earth. The hermit will tell you all before the night is done, yes.
And now, the hermit.
And now Dr. Forestier continues to read to a group of newsmen the letter his wife, Dawn Forestier, left for him before her strange disappearance. Listen to Dawn Forestier's story of the mystery of the thing.
This, John, is going to be the difficult part to make you believe. That as the thing stood behind me at the dressing table, I could tell what it was. We didn't go to the Westings for dinner. Instead, you put me to bed.
I shouldn't have allowed you to accept, darling. You haven't been up to par for days. I'm going to call Ralph in to see you tomorrow. You don't look well, darling.
Don't call anyone in, dear. It'll do no good.
Nonsense, honey. There are very few things that medical science can't cure these days. And believe me, darling, I'm going to have you well again.
Your doctor friend came. He gave me medicine to take. Oh, I knew it was no use at all. And yet I would do anything to humor you. For the thing that I now recognized was getting so strong that it was always near me. As I grew weaker, it grew stronger. And I wondered that you couldn't hear it breathing in my room. Now it had a power over me. A strong, compelling power. It was the master. I, almost a slave. Night before last, it exerted its will for the first time. It compelled me to rise from my bed. It was so strong now, it could actually make sound.
Come with me. Come with me.
As I rose from the bed, its phosphorescent glow seemed to envelop me. We moved toward the door, and it opened without the touch of a hand. We seemed to glide down the stairs, out of doors. The wind that touched my face was like the refrain I'd heard over and over again. We moved along the street, I and the thing. With great speed, we covered the streets and were soon on the outskirts of the city. I could see now the place which was our destination. Then I mastered all the willpower left to me, for I understood clearly all the dark things I'd not known before. Oh, but John, there was you. I couldn't go to this place where the thing was taking me. I couldn't enter there without somehow leaving word for you. I struggled. I fought with my adversary. I was gaining. I broke away. Somehow I got breath and strength enough to return home and to my bed. Now comes the end of my story. And my farewell to you.
Here, gentlemen, I will omit a page. It is personal. But what happened to Dawn? Where is she? Since this morning, when the sexton at Green Cedar Burial Ground found my wife's clothing, permission has been granted by the state for me to check up on the material found in this letter. I've almost finished reading to you. I'm refraining from reading the last pages till we have made a visit to the cemetery. If you men of the press will get in your cars and follow me, you may be able to complete and verify the information given to me by Dawn Forestier.
Hello, Dr. Forrester. The men have nearly completed digging.
Thank you, Sexton. What goes on, Dr. Forrester? As you can see, these men are engaged in opening up a grave.
What's going on? You've come to the casket, Doctor.
Very well, Sexton. If you will please open the box.
Yes, sir. Can you lift the casket out, boys?
Right. Now, gentlemen, after the box is opened, I will read the remainder of my wife's letter. Open it, please, Sexton. Great heaven. Dr. Forrester, great Scott, why have you opened this grave? Sexton, will you reach in and procure the diamond ring that lies in the coffin?
Yes. Here it is, sir.
This is my wife's ring, gentlemen. How did it get in this coffin? Here are the last pages of my wife's letter to me.
Now comes the end of my story and my farewell to you. John, I knew from the moment I saw the thing in the mirror of my dressing table. I knew from then on who and what it was. The first night I was strong enough to break away from it as it drew me to the gates of Green Cedar Cemetery. And I've spent my last day writing this letter to you. For tonight, the thing will appear again. And this time, I must follow it. I must follow it to the grave, John. Into the grave. I know how it will be. The thing, the protoplasm that has appeared before me so many nights and has grown in features and strength, will absorb me until I'm no longer a living person, and I must follow it. First, I will hear the music of the wind. Then the thing will appear, and I will be dissolved into it. John, my darling, in case you don't believe my story, open the grave near which you will find my discarded clothing. For I'm wearing the ring you gave me, my love. I'm wearing it as I return to the grave. For you see, John, the thing that I saw in the mirror, that which has gained power over me, is I, John. It is my own ghost, come to claim me to return to the grave from which I broke away.
It is awful, Clara. Could anyone believe such a terrible thing could happen on this earth?
It's almost too horrible to talk about.
Yeah. There, when they opened that grave, lay a decayed skeleton. Wearing the same satin gown that Dawn Forrester was wearing when she was found wandering in the park by Dr. Forrester.
And there was Dawn's ring inside the casket.
Yeah.
It says here in the Gazette that the inscription on the tombstone over that grave read, Lila Manton. And Lila Manton was a famous actress 85 years ago. She died one night very suddenly, just as she was to appear on the stage. Her cue to appear on stage was an organ playing. The music was written by the man Lila Manton was going to marry that night after the theater play was over. And the name of the man was David Forrester. He was a relative of Dr. John Forrester. But she died that night. The marriage never took place.
What do you think it means, Clara? Does it mean that Lila Manton returned from the spirit world to live out her life that was ended so suddenly?
Sure, I think so. But her ghost body made her come back to the grave. Well, that's how I got it figured out.
Forrester was haunted by her own ghost body until it finally absorbed a new vision and shape and made her return to her grave. Yes, turn on your light. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The sealed book.
Once again, the keeper of the book is ready to open the ponderous volume in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. All the strange and mystifying stories of the past, the present, and the future. Keeper of the book, what tale will you tell us this time?
What tale shall I tell you? I have here tales of every kind. Tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds, and events strange beyond all belief. Now, let me see. Yes, here's a tale for you. The story of a small and desolate island off the coast of New England, and the people who lived on it. The title of the tale is Devil Island. Here is the tale as it was told by Anne Drake, and is written in the sealed book. It all began on that bleak
autumn day when I hired a motorboat to take me out to the island, Devil Island. The bleak-looking island which lay ahead and belonged to the Drake family for 200 years was to be my new home. I kept staring at it, wondering what it would be like to live on this island with my father, whom I'd never seen. 20 minutes later, the boatman had landed me at the dock and left. Towering above me was a high cliff, and on top of it was the house, a huge stone mansion that looked as old and weather-beaten as a medieval castle. I climbed the steep, rocky path that led from the dock to the house. Hello,
Don't tell me. Anne, I've recognized you any place. You look exactly like your mother.
Are you my father?
Yes. Are you disappointed?
Oh, no. No, of course not.
Come into the drawing room. Your stepmother and uncle are waiting to meet you. Hester, Henry.
Anne.
I want you to meet my daughter, Anne.
Anne, this is a great pleasure.
Thank you, Uncle Henry.
Anne, I'm your stepmother, and I can't tell you how happy I am to have you here. Won't you call me Hester?
Thank you. I'd like to.
Oh, and let me introduce you to the remaining member of the household, Anne. This is Abel. He served the family for 30 years. He can't talk, but he understands what you're saying.
Oh.
Abel, this is my daughter.
Hello, Abel.
Oh, Anne, it's going to be wonderful having you here. You're just what Drake Manor needs to make it live again. I do hope we'll be able to make you happy here.
The weeks slipped by, and I was happy. I spent the days reading with Father and taking long walks with Uncle Henry and being taught cooking by Hester. And at night, Uncle Henry and I would play chess.
Well, that's another game for you, Anne. The trouble is, I taught you how to play the game too well.
It looks as though another northeaster is on its way.
Yes, it does.
Would you like me to draw the curtains, Uncle Henry?
If you will, Anne. That window over there seems to be... He's there, looking in at me.
Who, Uncle Henry? There's no one at the window.
Can't you see him? He's beckoning to me.
But there's no one there. Here, I'll draw the curtains. There. Is that better?
He can't see me now, but he's still out there, waiting for me.
Who is?
Your uncle, Richard.
Uncle Richard? But he's been dead for 15 years.
Yes, I know. And now he's come for me.
No, Uncle Henry, you only imagined you saw him.
Perhaps the same thing is happening to me that happened to the others.
What happened to the others?
Your grandfather, Daniel, Aunt Harriet, Uncle Richard. They all died insane.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
They did, Anne. There's a strain of insanity in the Drake family. Aunt Harriet, for weeks before she died, kept screaming that Grandfather Daniel was trying to pull her into the grave.
Oh.
And Uncle Richard, he died crying out that Aunt Harriet was at the window calling him.
No.
They all died during a storm like this one. And now my time has come. Richard is waiting for me. And I'll be the next of the Drakes to die.
Please, Uncle Henry, you mustn't say things like that.
Oh, Anne, I'm so afraid of insanity, of dying.
Uncle Henry, I'll spend all of my time with you now. We'll end this nightmare you're living in.
The only end to it will be death.
Uncle Henry never spoke of his terrible fear again. But in the weeks that followed, he grew haggard, became frightened at the sound of a door opening. Then one day, another northeaster set in. By nightfall, it had whipped itself into a gale. At midnight, I woke suddenly to hear Uncle Henry speaking to someone in his room.
Richard, stop tapping on my window. Go away, do you hear? Why can't you leave me alone? I don't want to go with you. No, not yet.
I quickly opened my door. I stepped into the hall.
Don't take me now.
Uncle Henry's voice grew wilder and wilder as I approached his room.
Why don't you go away? You're dead. Dead. You have no right to bother the living.
Uncle Henry, let me in.
No.
It's Anne.
No.
Uncle Henry, please unlock the door.
I won't go with you, Richard. My time hasn't come yet. No, I won't. You can't make me.
Henry.
Why are you raising my window? No, Richard. Don't come in. Stay away from me.
Uncle Henry. Uncle Henry.
Anne, what is it? What's wrong?
Oh, Father, do something. It's Uncle Henry. He was screaming and now he...
Come here, dear. Hush, now, hush.
No. The door's locked. I'll have to break it down. Henry.
Father, is he...
Yes. Yes, Anne. He's dead. Here in the island, burying grounds of 6 generations of Drakes, we place the remains of our beloved brother and uncle, Henry Drake, secure in the knowledge that in thy arms he shall find everlasting. my dear. Life in this house won't be the same without Henry.
Father, Uncle Henry was terribly frightened for weeks before he died.
Anne, whatever are you talking about?
It all began during that northeaster we had last month. Uncle Henry and I were playing chess.
But, Anne, why didn't Henry tell me about those hallucinations he was having?
He didn't want to worry you. Father, did Aunt Harriet, Uncle Richard, and your father die insane?
Oh, Anne, Henry should never have told you about them. Promise me you won't worry about our hereditary trouble.
I'll try not to, Father.
We've lost Henry, but the three of us will go on as before.
The three of us tried to go on as before, but an unspoken fear had crept into our lives. Often I turned to find Father and Hester watching me anxiously. Then a month after Uncle Henry's death, another storm lashed the island.
I'll be glad when this storm blows over. It's getting on my nerves.
Father, why don't we close up Drake Manor for a few weeks and take a vacation on the mainland?
You mean leave the island?
No, that's impossible, Anne. We have enough money to get along on the island, but not elsewhere.
But I have all that money my mother left me. We could use that.
You won't receive that money until you're 21. That's 6 months from now. Besides...
Oh, Anne, well, what are you staring at?
Look. Look at the window.
Eh?
It's Uncle Henry. He's beckoning to me.
Anne, there's no one at the window.
He's there, I tell you, he's there. Look. Now he's gone away. Oh, you saw him, didn't you? You must have.
Darling, you only imagined you saw him.
Oh, no, I did see him. He was beckoning to me, the way Uncle Richard beckoned to him. Means I'm going to be the next Drake to die.
Anne, what are you saying?
Oh, you mustn't talk like that. You just imagined you saw Uncle Henry. It was just
an hallucination. And I'm going insane. As he did.
Oh, no, don't say that. Anne, you must rid your mind of all these fears, of everything Henry told you. Promise me you won't think about it anymore.
But that was a promise I couldn't keep. At night I'd lie in the darkness in my room, thinking of everything that had happened, listening to the night noises. And one night I heard footsteps above me in the tower. That limp. Oh, that unmistakable limp. It was Uncle Henry in the tower. There was an icy coldness about the house as I climbed the steps to the tower. I opened the door. The tower was in complete darkness. But by a window, his face, ghost-like in the moonlight, stood Uncle Henry.
Come to take you with me, Anne. Your time has come. The grave will wait no longer.
No.
Do not be afraid. Your death is not a thing to be feared, but to be welcomed.
No, stay away from me.
I cannot return to the grave without you. Give me your hand.
No.
And now for the rest of the story, Devil Island, as it is written in the sealed book. Martin Drake, hearing Anne's screams, rushed up to the tower of the old mansion to find her lying unconscious on the floor. After Martin and Hester had taken the girl back to her bed, Martin went to the mainland. At dawn, he returned with a doctor and waited impatiently for him to finish examining Anne.
I've just given her a sedative, Mr. Drake. She's asleep now.
Will she be all right, Doctor?
Afraid she's on the borderline of insanity.
Oh, no.
And I'm afraid in a case of this type, where there is inherited insanity, there's very little that can be done.
Well, sleepyhead, it's about time you were waking up.
Oh, hello, Father. How long have I been asleep?
A little over 10 hours. It's just getting dark outside.
Is the doctor still here?
No, Anne. He left hours ago.
And, darling, he says you're going to get well.
Why, of course you are. Now you'd better get some more rest. Good night, darling.
A moment later, they were gone. I was alone again. Alone in the dark. And all I could think of was I was going insane. Perhaps I was already mad. The hours passed. The very stillness of the house made my heart pound in my ears. And then the stillness was broken. That limp again. It was Uncle Henry in the tower. Back and forth from one end of the tower to the other he limped. Then silence. I lay in the darkness waiting. And then suddenly, the door to my room was opened. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Oh, Abel. Oh, Abel, what are you doing in my room? What are you trying to tell me? I don't understand. Oh, he's walking again. Abel, you hear him, don't you? You do hear it. I told them that Uncle Henry had come back from the grave, but they said I was just imagining it. You mean no? He hasn't come back from the grave? But if he hasn't come back from the grave and you hear what I hear, Abel, you don't mean that he's still alive? But that can't be true. You buried him yourself. I saw you. You mean you didn't bury him? That he wasn't in the coffin? Oh, but you must be wrong. When we broke into his room, Father found him. No, what? What do you mean, no? Are you trying to tell me something about Father? You are. What do you mean, Father, no? Father, no. You mean he isn't my father? Oh, but you must be wrong. Oh, of course he is. That doesn't make sense. Why should he say he is my father if he isn't? What does he gain by it? My mother's estate. Oh, no, you must be wrong. Even if I were to die, he wouldn't get it. The estate would then go to charity. It's in Mother's will. Oh, why does he keep walking in the tower? He's driving me crazy. He's driving me crazy. You mean they want to drive me crazy? Oh, but why? What reason could they have? Oh, if I were to become insane, he could have himself appointed my guardian, take over the estate. Is that it? It is. But Ava, if he isn't my father, where is my father? Is he dead? You mean he is dead? Oh, then Then who are these three who say they're my father and stepmother and uncle? I don't understand, but no matter who they are, they'll kill me. They'll kill both of us if they learn we've discovered their secret. Why, we've got to escape. But how? The only boat is locked, and he has the key. Why are you handing me that flashlight? You mean the window? Signal the mainland for help. Yes, of course. Abel, you better go. We can't let them find you in here or they'll suspect. I'll keep signaling as long as the batteries last. Oh, I can't keep signaling much longer. For now...
And, what are you doing out of bed? And with that flashlight?
Oh, nothing at all.
You weren't signaling someone on the mainland, were you?
Oh, no. No, I just had the flashlight in case someone came in the room.
Oh, why, you're trembling as though you were frightened. You're not afraid of your own father, are you, dear?
No. No, of course not.
Now, no more walking around. I want you to get some sleep. Good night, dear.
It was gone. Taking the flashlight with him. Did he suspect that I knew? Oh, the hours seemed endless until the first rays of dawn came. Would rescue come with it, or had my signals gone unnoticed? After I dressed, I went to the window, and then I saw it. A strange launch tied up at the dock. Suddenly frightened lest the callers leave before I could speak to them, I rushed out of the room. As I ran down the stairs, I could hear voices in the drawing room.
Well, Sheriff, if Dr. Arnold has spoken to you about my daughter's mental condition, I'm quite sure you'll understand
Don't listen to him. He isn't my father.
Anne!
What was that, miss?
I tell you, he's not my father. He's an imposter, and so is she.
Oh, Martin, she's having another one of her spells.
Now, please, Hester.
They're acting, I tell you. The moment I set foot on the island, they began their plan to drive me insane. First, they gained my love and trust. Then they had Uncle Henry confide to me his fears. And when Uncle Henry was found dead, they told me...
Who says I'm dead? I've never felt better.
Oh, Sheriff, allow me to introduce my brother, Henry.
Well, Miss Drake, your Uncle Henry doesn't look very dead.
He wasn't. They just pretended he was. They even buried an empty coffin to make me think I was attending his funeral.
I really think you should take Anne up to her room, Hester. She needs rest.
Oh, Sheriff, they're lying, the three of them.
Have you any proof, Miss Drake?
Yes, Abel will tell you. He knows.
I'm afraid that Abel can't tell you anything, dear. The poor chap fell off Devil's Cliff into the sea early this morning.
Oh, you pushed him off the cliff so that he couldn't talk.
Martin, the excitement's too much for her. She's getting worse.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Drake, but it was my duty to investigate those signals.
Oh, Sheriff, you can't leave me here. They will drive me insane.
I assure you, Sheriff, she'll be given the very best of care. We have a specialist coming to see her next week.
Oh, no, Sheriff, wait. Wait, please.
Now, Miss Drake, I think you'd better stop.
No, wait. I just want to show you this gold locket. Look, I'll open it. Do you see what's inscribed in it?
Yes. For my daughter, in commemoration of her 5th birthday. What are you driving at, Miss Drake?
If that man's my father, if he claims he is, ask him what my middle name is. It's inscribed in the locket.
Well, just to humor her, Mr. Drake, what is her middle name?
Her middle name? Well, frankly, Sheriff, I seem to have forgotten.
Oh, he hasn't forgotten it, Sheriff. He never knew it. He isn't my father.
I'm afraid you're not knowing your own daughter's middle name.
Well, it's just that, I have an awful memory for names.
So have I, but I know my kid's middle name. There's something peculiar about all this. I think you three and the girl better come with me to the mainland.
What for?
So I can do a little checking. If you're Martin Drake, as you say you are, there must be someone on the mainland who can identify you.
Now, see here, Sheriff, this is ridiculous. Just because...
I said you're going to the mainland with me.
Well,
I always said you were the weak link in the chain, Gerald.
Shut up, you fool.
It's no use, Gerald. The game is up. The trip to the mainland is more than we can stand. You just have to look at Hester's face to see that she agrees. Who are you folks? We're actors. Things having become difficult a few years ago, we accepted employment on this island from Mr. Drake. When he died, I thought of this little scheme. It really was a perfect plan. Until this fool slipped up on the girl's middle name. By the way, what is her middle name?
Why, according to this locket, she hasn't one. It's just inscribed to Anne.
And that is the story of Devil Island, as it is written in the sealed book. Because an impostor slipped up on a middle name that didn't exist, an almost perfect crime was prevented by Sheriff Williams, and an innocent girl was rescued from imprisonment and probable death. It was a small slip, but a fatal one. But the sound of the great gong tells me I must close the sealed book once again.
One moment, Keeper of the Book. What story will you tell us next time?
Next time? Are you sure you want to know? Perhaps my next story may be about you. For I have here all the stories that ever happened, and many that have yet to come to pass. But I'll find one for you in just a moment.
And now, Keeper of the Book, have you found the story that you'll tell next week?
Yes, I have found one. It's the story of two helpless old ladies in fear of their lives and the desperate measures to which they were driven in order to save themselves. The title of the tale is Escape by Death.
Be sure and be with us again next time when the great gong heralds another strange and exciting story from
The Sealed Book.
The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
About this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door.
manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is opening, so do come in. No. Then if your telephone rings in the dark, dim stillness of the night, don't answer it. It might be me. In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today. Ever watch as a man goes through the agonizing throes of a nightmare, of trying to hold on to some semblance of sanity? Such a man is Bill Sampson, as he lies in his dingy bedroom near the docks. Never stops. Now it's coming from the room upstairs. Coming down. As if the ceiling says, let the water drip. Let it drive me mad. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I can't.
You can. It is from the room upstairs. You can stop the drip.
Now I'm hearing voices. And this is how it starts when the mind begins to snap. You hear voices.
You're hearing my voice.
I've got to see. Something's happened to the lights.
Why lights? We can only come close like this in the dark, Bill.
Bill? We know each other?
I know you. Go upstairs. See what's there.
Go upstairs? Wait. Don't go away. No one's here. I'm going mad.
But you're wrong, Bill. Listen to the door close behind me.
I went upstairs to the room above immediately. There was a man with a knife wound still fresh. He was dead. Hello, police. Hello, police. The telephone. It's dead too. Into the fog. Police. I must find a policeman. Police!
Bill.
You?
Fancy calling the police.
There's been a murder.
Didn't you know?
Didn't I? Well, why? How could I know?
Because you murdered him. I saw you do it.
Why would I want to kill a stranger?
What?
Unless I was...
Mad.
Who are you? I can't see you.
Does it matter? Here in the darkness and in the fog.
What when the fog lifts?
It will never lift for us. Are you still going to call the police?
I don't know.
They'll never understand what drives you to kill. As I do.
As you do?
Yes. As I know you will. Now go back to your room.
My room.
And then back to the room upstairs. Change to a suit of clothes and carry him down to the street.
And then?
I have a car. I'll help you hide him from the world.
But
Go on, Samson. Let me think for you. You prefer me to, don't you?
I don't know. All I know is I'm afraid. Afraid to think for myself. Afraid. See her face. I could only imagine it behind her black veil. I could feel her thinking for both of us. And I could sense her presence, too, as if there was an aching nerve connecting us.
Where were, Bill?
Where?
Where the dead sleep.
A cemetery?
Yes. Carry him in your arms behind me as I show the way.
I carried him into the fog, along the path that ran between rows of graves. He was light in my arms.
Here, Bill.
It's a mausoleum.
Yes. Can you see?
The body.
I'll start a match.
3 open caskets.
There, first, closest to you, is his.
There's a nameplate on it. Richard. Just one name.
Just Richard. Put him to rest.
Oh, wait. There's a date scratched on the plate. The date is today. Tonight.
Of course, Richard did die tonight.
Yes, but how?
Put him to rest. Drop the lid. He's hidden from the world.
But not for me. I shall always see it. Always.
I can feel you trying to think for yourself. Don't.
3 coffins. 2 more empty.
The nameplates are Henry and Robert.
And their dates?
Tomorrow night and the next.
How will they die?
You will kill them.
Why?
Because it is in your nature to kill.
But why? 2 more strangers I've never seen.
You'll do it for me. In gratitude.
Gratitude? For tonight?
Aren't you grateful?
You say you saw me in the room upstairs, but if I don't believe you?
Does it matter? After what's been done. We're getting out here. Goodbye. Until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Where's it to be?
Outside the beacon tower at midnight.
How will I know you?
I'll know you. Good night, Bill.
The pale lights were the red eyes of the morning, closing with the rising mists, disappearing from sight. The red eyes cries of mourning. I've been having a nightmare. None of it has happened. It was a game that the imagination plays when the mind begins to go. It was hours before I found my way home. On my way back to the room upstairs. Closed. The door was closed with dust curling from the action of the doorknob, as if the room had been sealed up for years.
You're at the wrong door, Mr.
Joe.
Downstairs, you live number 3.
I know, but I...
Yes?
Who lives in this room?
Nobody.
You sure of that?
Nobody lives in there. Empty a year already.
Could I have a look inside?
Sure. It's only an empty room, you'll see.
Well, I heard some noises coming from it. I couldn't sleep.
Oh, nice it was. Hang on. Oh, there's the room.
Empty.
It smells empty.
Oh, the furnishings are gone. The couch was here, and over here a lamp.
Are you furnishing the place?
I'm remembering it as it was furnished. There was a straw rug on the floor, stained red and seeping through down through the floorboard, and a picture hung here. A wolf howling at the moon. Picture by Sargent. These things. Where are they? What have you done with the furnishings? Let me go.
Joking me like that. I'm going to call the police.
No, Joe, please. No, policeman. I'm not well. That something woke me and frightened me.
Mice, I told you. They're in the walls and in the floor.
Yes, mice. I know that's what it was. No, I'm sorry. I lost my head. Forget it, please.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks. Downstairs, in the room below, in my room, it all became vivid again. As vivid and real as the bloodstains on the bedclothes, the dried patches of red rust on my pajamas and dressing gown. I went to her the following night. I tried not to, but the streets were one road leading to her.
You can't.
I couldn't help myself.
I know.
I came to see your face if you have a face.
You think not?
I think sometimes you're a shadow thrown by my imagination, a shadow thrown by a sick mind.
Look at me with your own eyes.
I am looking.
And what you see?
No veil. This time there's a mask, the smiling mask of a goddess.
The goddess of Ju. And a costume to match. See?
Yes. Why this masquerade?
It's carnival night inside the cafe. We're going in. Wear this mask. And put this in your pocket, close to your fingers. Yes. Henry prizes it most in his collection.
Henry is the name laid on that second casket.
Yes. He's an expert. You'll return the dagger before he misses it.
Henry's inside.
And I would guess. You'll know him by his laughter. The loudest laughter you hear inside.
I'm to do a murder for you?
For you, too. You're forgetting I know you, Bill. I know what drives you.
Yes, I hear it.
Like murder. That's Henry laughing. Well?
What?
When you return his prize, do it only when he's laughing.
I did it like that. Exactly like that. In the Mausoleum, we put Henry beside the first. We put him to rest with his cheeks and eyes still wrinkled in laughter.
Close the lid.
Happy as if he's laughing at me.
Laughter was a scheme with Henry. A scheme to warm you to him. A way to disarm you. Close the lid.
And then what would he do?
Make you the fool and the victim.
As he made you?
Perhaps.
Are you making me?
You're daring to think yourself.
No, but how did you know I could do what I did?
I know you.
Tell me about myself.
You sleep through the day.
Yes. I hide until night.
You were born as a man, with no memory of boyhood.
No memory. No.
You're afraid of your hands.
What you said, you've described me. It's as if it's me talking. It's me telling me about myself. It's as if the agony inside me found its own voice.
I told you I understand you, Sexton. I told you I understand what drives you. Come now, back to the center of the fog. I'll leave you there again to find your way home.
Well, when is it to be for the third coffin?
Tomorrow.
Right. Where will we meet?
I'll find you. Come. It's almost morning.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well. Poor Bill. When a body meets a body coming through the fog. Let's get back to the mystery of the Mausoleum, shall we? The fog stayed another day, another night. As heavy as it was and oppressive. The mind crept towards a light to breathe it in the mists. A light that wouldn't hold still for even a moment's sanity. And questions that ran together as my mind fell to pieces. Thing assembled by the imagination. Things knitted together from broken pieces of sanity.
The fair's coffin is for Robert. Only Robert now, and they're filled.
And your revenge is complete.
You're trying to think for yourself again. You'll meet Robert in his home. Come. I'll show you where.
How will I know?
He'll know you.
Know me?
He expects you. I told him to prepare for this.
Why did you?
To wring every suffering from him.
Not far away. At a townhouse with a stucco face melting in the fog. An unbolted front door. And music. Music like a dirge of the dead. A short, stumpy little man with eyes watching my approach. Go away. Go home. I'm home. I was told you'd expect me like this. Go home. I was told that you were prepared to die. No. Prepared to live. See. A
hands won't be quick enough. Go home.
Oh, but I must.
She's put a spell over you. That's Rita's way, and her madness.
Rita, you've given her a name.
Forget her.
Forget the murders.
Run away and hide.
Can I hide?
If you go far.
But you'll find me as she does.
No more, I promise you. No more. You're free to walk the streets unmolested. Free to board a train. Go away and forget.
You want to escape and forget everything.
Don't you?
I don't know if I do. I don't know. I walked the streets, unmolested. Hours and hours with no one beside me. No voice. It was as if she, Rita, had evaporated into the mist. The sound of cars. I could see as if my sight was suddenly back, as if I'd wakened from a walking sleep, as if I'd snapped back to the night I ran from the room upstairs, screaming, "Police! Police! Police!"
Come on now, wake up.
Wake?
Yeah, you talked yourself out and then you fell asleep.
Sleep?
Yeah. Sergeant Flanders brought you here.
Oh, what time is it?
Oh, it's early morning.
I talked myself out, you said, and
yes.
And you know about the last 3 nights.
Oh, it's all here on paper. What a story. What an imagination.
Imagination.
The goddess in the night in the room upstairs. The tomb with 3 coffins.
Oh, we didn't fill the last coffin. She told him to prepare.
Yeah, I know. He was ready with a pistol to shoo you away.
Well, he ordered me to escape, to forget.
Yeah, but you didn't listen to him.
No, I had to talk about it. I had to tell the world to stop me from murder.
Yes, you did. You talked about it. You've got it all written down here. Now, let's go into the main room. There's someone I want you to meet.
No,
stop it! Keep him away from me! All right, Doctor, we got him under control. All right, now. Take another look, Bill. See who it is?
Oh, my head, it's... You told me to go away to escape.
This is Dr. Harvey. He's the owner of this sanatorium.
You're William Sampson. We haven't met before. I've been meaning to visit you, as I do all our patients.
Patients? Yeah, you mean I...
Take it easy, Bill. You were charged with a homicidal attempt on your girlfriend. As a result of a psychiatrist's report, you were given a suspended sentence so long as you went into a sanatorium. It's for your own good, Bill. You've got an instinct to kill.
Yes, that's what I've done. Heaven help me. Rita, she made me kill.
Now, it's all in your mind, son. You haven't killed anyone. You've been in this sanatorium. Here, wait a minute. When you escaped, did you...
She's there! I've got on the lawn. She's not in my mind. It's not. She stands like marble. The cold sun on her, looking like I'd imagined she'd look. A painted smile on her face. Her lips too thin for laughter.
You're identifying one of our patients. That's Rita. Quick, it's her!
Rita, tell them what you made me do. The things you said on the end of the
All right, watch him. You better watch that young lady, too.
You know, Sergeant, Rita is my first cousin. We were all left a considerable amount of money by our Uncle Justin. The money to be divided equally in the case of one of us dying. Rita knew of Sampson's homicidal impulses. She played upon his imagination. Poor Bill.
What will they do to him? I thought it was all in his mind. The man's committed 2 murders.
They're both mad. They'll be put away for the rest of their lives. All they will have left is their imagination.
In all that fog and mist, not knowing who he was, or where he was going, or whom he was going to kill next. It's enough to make a man go out of his mind.
The taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, The Strange Judgment.
Someone is on the trail below. Now they are coming closer, pointing at my cave, here so high above the sea, at the pile of moss which is my bed, and the granite slab my table, the stoneware pitcher, the loaf of dry bread. Soon they will turn. See now, just like the others, they are going back down the trail, like the village folk who go to the marketplace by another trail so as to avoid me. They will tell others about me, About the fearful old man in the cave above the sea with his little wooden cross. Ascetic old man with bloodshot eyes. They do not know the real reason I am here. That once, many years ago, before I took a vow to do penance in this prison in the open air, I lived down there on the little islet near the salt marshes at Guérande. Lived with my wife, Brouin, and fished. Now only my niece Perrotte comes to me every morning, bringing me bread and talks to me. But I cannot answer. I can talk to no one, dare only to kiss her forehead. But then, so long ago, I had many friends. These shaggy hands do not show it, but I was strong then, and the muscles of my body were hard. I could fish with the best of them.
The Pierre Compromet has the devil's own luck. He left no sardines for us others.
Can I help it that I know where fishes play, huh?
Look at your name.
So?
Compromet, meaning the sea bends to your will.
It's in our family. We know our trade,
Devil's luck, I call it.
Maybe.
Pierre.
Oh, there is my wife.
Pierre, I'm so glad you're back.
Hello, my wife.
Pierre, I've got good news for you.
And I have something to tell you. Come now, let us walk up the path to the house together, eh?
You look so happy, darling.
I should be. We have made money, my chérie. We can afford a bigger vessel.
Oh, please, no, Pierre.
But the sardine fishery has brought us money. The boats we have are only small. With a bigger boat, I could go cod fishing.
Don't know. You'd be away so long. I love you so much, Pierre. The days and nights are so long when you're at sea.
Then I shall stop going for sardines.
No, I don't want that.
I know. Cod fishing is too long to be away.
I think so.
Then I shall stick to the sardines and a little deep-sea trade for the dealers, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was a good haul this trip. Let me see. Here, look at this account. With the house and the island, the boats, and now this new catch. Well, one more trip and we will be worth money.
Much money?
12,000 livres, I should say.
Good.
Of course it is good. What woman in the village...
I mean because we'll need a little more now.
Sherry, what do you mean?
Remember how we talked about a little one?
I remember. Oh, no, you mean...
Mm-hmm.
Brouin. Oh, you sweet one. Maybe it will be a son, eh?
A son. Yes, a son.
And we'll name him Jacques.
Yes.
And when he is old enough, we'll take him to the carnival.
Yes, we'll take him to the carnival.
That is enough candy for today, Jacques.
No, Papa. I want that peppermint.
No, Jacques.
Let him have it, Papa.
Brouin, you are spoiling your boy. Here, please. Let me have half a dozen peppermint sticks. That ought to satisfy.
Gun.
But you are too young, little Jean.
Next year, the gun, maybe. Take the doll.
No! I want the gun! I want the gun!
You see, Brouin, he has a will of his own, that boy. Oh, I'll buy that gun there, please.
I'm afraid, Pierre.
There it is, Papa. In that window. What a beautiful bicycle.
Yes.
But, Mother, a boy of his age should have a bicycle.
The others in the village have none.
How now? Our Jacques is no ordinary boy. Here, this way. Step into the store with me. I will buy it for you now.
Pierre, we're spoiling him. He's so young and he wants so much. We're spoiling him dreadfully.
Oh, he will outgrow it. He is only 6. Wait until he is 10. He will not be spoiled when he is 10. Where is Jacques?
Upstairs.
Oh, Jacques!
I sent him upstairs.
Why, Brouin?
He's been fighting again. He all but killed Montre's son.
Oh, why do you weep, Brouin?
They're saying in the village he put out Foucault's little girl's eye.
Nonsense. In the village they will talk about anything. Oh, but he will be one for the girls, that Jacques.
That isn't all. Last week the fowl, he twisted their necks just for fun. Such things make one bloodthirsty like a weasel.
Oh, it is nothing, Brouin. Do not weep, please. He is young. He is only 10. Wait till he grows older. He will be the perfect gentleman when he is 15. Wait and see.
Come on, sit down to supper, Pierre.
Ah, the stew, it smells good.
Pierre.
Where is Jacques, eh?
I don't know. Garon, maybe, or Savenay. He's getting a little wild, Pierre.
Oh, a boy of 15 needs to be active. It is natural.
Pierre, remember the time you walked 20 leagues to repay a prank the dealer had overpaid you?
Yeah, that was a walk, eh?
Why isn't Jacques like that?
I don't... You mean... Has our Jacques taken money?
A little. I had a few coins and a jug in the cellar. Well, a young fellow needs money to carry on, I suppose.
But that is not right. No, that is not right. Oh, he is still young. Maybe in a year or two he will be settled. Maybe he will not be so wild. Who knows? Maybe he will calm down. Rouen, what is it, Cherie? This table, it is strange. What has happened to the other?
Oh, Pierre.
This furniture.
I know.
Oh, the furniture. It is not our stuff. What happened to it? Rouen, what happened to our furniture?
Look in the wardrobes, too, and in the closet.
The linens, they are gone.
The sheets, everything.
Where has this chair come from?
Neighbors, they loaned it to me.
You have traded our furniture?
No, Pierre, no.
Then what has become of it?
I tried to stop him. He wouldn't listen to me.
Jacques, eh? He sold it. Didn't he? Answer me,
Yes,
Rouen.
I tried to stop him, but I couldn't.
Where did he go?
To the cafe in town, I think. But it's late. He should be back soon. Oh, Pierre, what shall we do with him?
I do not know. Imagine a youth of 17 selling his family's own furniture so that he may carouse in a cafe.
Maybe he isn't really bad. Maybe he just needs someone to talk to him.
Jacques, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
Where have you been, Jacques?
Oh, at the cafe. It's your business to know.
Your mother and I want to talk to you, Jacques.
All right. Make it quick.
Jacques, listen to your father now.
Son, you are old enough to make your own way.
You mean work?
And what is so wrong in earning your bread with your hands, eh?
Fishing. I cannot stand the smell.
If one can handle the money that comes from fish, it is not too much to stand their smell, Jacques.
Cambermays have always been men of the sea.
It is not too much to ask of my son.
Oh. Maybe it is better if I go away.
Jacques.
No, son, that is not what we meant.
It's just that times are getting a little harder. There's your uncle's family to think of. Joseph's wife is sick, and the little girl, Perrot, needs a doctor's care. It all takes money.
Well, let them pay their own way.
Have a care, Jacques.
It is true.
He is my brother. One must be loyal to his kin, whatever.
And I say I am closer than your brother. Charity begins at home. If you are giving any money, then why not give it to me?
We're already half poor from all your carryings on.
Oh, say nothing of that, Cherie.
But all you are asking of him is to lend a hand with the fishing, to earn the bread he eats and the money he spends.
Will you be quiet, woman? You have put my father up to this.
Have a care, Jacques. You are talking to your mother.
Well, if it had not been for her, nothing would have been said about the furniture. Meddling old woman. Silence! No!
Pierre, don't you kill him!
Get up, Jacques.
His head is cut. Suppose you've killed him.
2 a.m. So late, and I'm so tired. Rouen, is that you?
Yes. Where are you?
In bed.
So dark.
Have you been in Jacques' room? Huh?
Yes.
How is he now?
A little better. It was a bad beating you gave him.
He should not have spoken to you that way.
Oh, I didn't mind, really. But it was unkind the way he spoke of Joseph and his family. And little Perrot. How's the mother, by the way?
No better. I fear for her.
Bad. So tired.
Come to bed, Rouen.
Yes, I will. Good night.
Good night. Ah, the bed feels good tonight.
Pierre.
What is it?
There's someone in the room. A thief.
Who is it? Who is it, I say?
The candle, Pierre.
Yes.
Over that way. Yes.
Jacques.
Jacques, what are you doing here?
Why aren't you in bed, son?
Answer me, Jacques. What are you doing in this room?
Yes. What's that in his hand?
Stay where you are. Both of you.
It looks like... Hold the light higher, Pierre.
Yes.
It's a knife.
Jacques, what are you doing with that knife? Stand back. Don't come near me. Put down that knife. You would murder us in our beds. Stand back, I warn you.
You need a knife, Jacques. You wouldn't dare stab your own mother.
I'll stab anybody. Anybody. Do you hear? Anybody!
Where are you? Oh, there you are.
You're home early, Pierre.
The fish are running poorly. Where have you been?
At your brother's.
Oh, how is his wife today?
Worse.
And little Perrot?
She still needs nursing.
Oh, I saw Joseph at the fishery on the way home. They need more money.
We're running low. But what we have, we share.
You're a kind one, Rouen. Doctors and medicines for the sick, that always takes money. And Perrot, she's such a tiny thing and so helpless.
I've fixed it so that later on she'll not be so bad off.
What do you mean?
In my mattress, I've sewed a Spanish doubloon wrapped in paper. I've written on the paper for Perrot, so that there's no mistake as to whose it is.
Where is Jacques?
On another spree.
With what?
I don't know. He asked me for money, but as you told me, I refused him another centime.
He must learn to work for what he gets. I would like to visit my brother's place before supper.
Look out, Pierre.
What is this, Rouen?
Water for my flowers. This dry spell, you know.
But must it stand in the doorway?
Go along to your brother's. Supper in an hour.
Oh, wait. Who is that coming up the path? Look through the window.
Oh, it's Father Gabot, the rector from Tiriac.
I will let him in.
I wonder why he comes now.
Oh, good day, Father.
Good day. I come with sad news, my friend.
Sad news? Joseph's wife?
The fever. It was too much for her. She passed away.
Joseph will fish with me tomorrow.
Sardines running any better?
Not yet. A break in the weather would be good.
For my garden, too.
It will be harder taking Joseph on this way.
We'll manage.
If Jacques would only lend a hand. More hands than needed in hard times. Every little catch helps.
As long as there are fish for you to catch, we'll eat.
But a man needs meat now and again. Is that you, Broin?
Yes. Came down to the shore because I couldn't wait. I had something to tell you.
I have something to tell you.
Here.
Look at this paper. I found it floating at the shore.
My handwriting.
For Perrot, it says.
You know, then.
The Spanish doubloon. Where is it?
I don't know, Pierre. I looked for it this afternoon. I thought I'd take it to a safer place or give it to Perrot now when she needs it so much. But
yes.
It was not in the mattress.
Jacques. He found your hiding place.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the cafe to find Jacques. To see if he took the coin. Go up to the house, Broin. Go up and wait for me. Florent, have you seen my son, Jacques?
He is in there, in the billiard room.
Has he paid his score yet?
Yes.
Let me see with what he has paid you.
Certainly. No, where isn't? Oh, this coin, Pierre.
My son paid you with that, eh?
But naturally.
No, I'll take it. Here is silver for it. You see, there is a cross marked on the coin. I have sentimental reasons for keeping it.
I understand.
You did not tell my son I was here. Eh?
Oh, of course not. I thought...
that is good.
Thank you, Pierre.
I thank you, Florent.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Did you find him, Pierre?
Yes.
Where?
At Florent's cafe.
And the coin? Did you find the coin?
Look. Is this it?
Yes. It has the cross on it.
Right.
Does he know?
No. Florent brought it to me secretly after Jacques paid his bill.
What are we going to do?
Find your wedding gown, Brouin. You will have to wear it for what I plan. You look beautiful, Brouin, the day of our wedding when you wore that gown.
To think now I must wear it for this.
Never mind. It is the custom. A mother and father in their wedding clothes shall judge an erring son. Oh, fetch 2 candles from the kitchen, eh? And the 3-legged stool, too. There. We shall sit as judge and jury on this side of a fire. There. Now Jacques will sit here opposite us. Now the candles, eh? There now. That gives enough light.
That gun in the chimney corner, Pierre.
Careful, it is loaded.
Pierre, I'm afraid. What are you going to do?
What must be, must be.
But
He is coming. It is either very dark or he's very drunk. Let him in, eh?
What's this? Is there going to be a wedding?
Sit down, Jacques.
Maybe this bucket of water will clear his head.
No. Sit down,
Leave me alone.
Jacques. Sit down on the stool there.
Do as your father says.
What is this?
You have sinned against your mother and father. We are sitting in judgment over you.
See here, you can't do this. The law won't.
If you make any noise, if you stir, if you don't sit up like a mast on your stool, I will shoot you like a dog.
He means what he says, Jack.
What do you want?
Here is a bit of paper. Look at it. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Look closer. At the handwriting. That is your mother's handwriting, is it not?
I guess so.
Guess so. You know it is.
All right, yes.
See what it says? For Perrot. It says for little Perrot, who has no mother, whose father is suffering hard times, who needs every centime anyone can offer.
Well...
Your mother wrapped up a Spanish doubloon in that bit of paper. Sewed the whole of it into her mattress.
And now, Jacques, the coin is no longer in the mattress.
Oh. And I'm supposed to know where the coin is.
Sit still. I found that bit of paper floating on the water when I came in. And then your mother told me of the missing coin. So I went to town. You were at Florence this afternoon, were you not, Jacques?
Well, how did you...
You did not think I knew, did you? But you don't deny it, eh?
All right, I was at Florence.
And you paid your score with a Spanish doubloon.
What if I did? There are other gold coins in the country besides what my mother hides in her mattresses.
Nobody but we 3 knew it was there.
Yeah. Maybe you took it and hid it. So it's to blame me.
Jacques!
Tell you, I did not take the coin.
How came you by the doubloon, then?
I got it north.
How can you prove it?
I tell you, I got it there.
You insist you did not take your mother's coin, eh?
I did not take it.
Can you swear it on your salvation?
I can't.
I swear if it's not true. You can repent and mend your ways. There's still time.
Oh, be quiet, old woman. You have always tried to ruin me.
That is another thing to add to your wrongs. Now come to the point. Will you swear?
Yes.
All right, now. Take a look at this coin, which Florent gave me. The one with which you paid your bill this afternoon. See the cross on the coin where the sardine merchant nicked it before he paid me? Did the coin you picked up in Nantes have that cross marked on it?
Well, I...
Answer me!
No.
Enough talk. I say nothing of all the wrong you've done before. No Cambrémé shall die in the marketplace at Croisic. Say your prayers, Jacques, and let us be quick. Father Gabot is coming to hear your confession. He is already coming up the path to the house. Open the door for him, Brouin.
Will you come in now, Father?
Thank you.
Bonjour, Father.
Sure.
Jacques is waiting for you.
I am ready, son.
No. He is waiting for your confession, Jacques.
Speak, Jacques. The crime is worse than concealed. Confess to it. That makes it easier.
Your mother is right, young man. The crime will weigh heavier on your conscience if you do not speak up.
No. If I confess, he'll kill me.
You seem to fear death more than eternal damnation.
I will not do it. I will not do it.
It is no use, Father. I guess he has always been willful, this boy. That has been the curse of this household ever since he was born.
But you will not be needing me any longer. I have other visits to make, you know.
Of course, Father. pardon us, sir, for bringing you so far. I meant to give my son a lesson.
Good night, then.
Good night, Father.
Good night, Father.
Not another word. Get off to bed now.
Better this way. Maybe he'll repent.
No, not him.
Nevertheless, I'm glad you didn't hurt him.
Never mind. This night is not over yet. I shall wait until he is asleep.
What are you going to do?
What must be, must be.
What are you going to do?
You shall see. You shall see.
Who's there? Light, I can't see. Who is it? Father. That rope. It's triple silk. What are you going to do to me?
Yes! No! Don't do it!
If you will not help me, I will do it alone.
No! Don't do this! No, let me go!
Get it now. Tie his feet. There.
Where are you taking him? What are you going to do with my son? Here! Here. What have you done with Jack? What have you got in your hand? It's Jacques' cap. Where is he? Why are you holding his cap? Tell me, what have you done with him? Here, what? His cap. It fell into the bucket of water. It's floating. Here. It's floating on the surface of the water. Oh, Jacques, my son.
It broke my poor wife's heart. She died within a week, and I was never the same. The thought of what I had done haunts me. I could not fish by day. I could not sleep by night. In the end, my conscience drove me to go to see a priest. He refused me absolution until I promised to tell my story to a justice, which I did. He sentenced me to this. And here I sit, a man under a vow, doomed to watch over the water, to talk with no one, sitting, watching, waiting.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you The Strange Judgment. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. This curious object, curious unless you happen to belong to the fraternity of the Green Thumb, is not in the strictest sense a lethal weapon, but like most implements of husbandry, it's quite simple to make it lethal. This thing, if I may be permitted the somewhat citified form of nomenclature, is used in the eradication of weeds in a garden or elsewhere. It operates something like this, I'm given to understand. A certain substance, a powder, is placed in here. The nozzle, observe the nozzle, is then placed in juxtaposition with the aforesaid weed. The handle here is pushed vigorously, like this, and a cloud of the substance is ejected onto the weed, which thereupon perishes miserably. Such a device could be, and sometimes is indeed, equally fatal to human beings, for the powder it dispenses is arsenic. Inasmuch as the former owner is no longer extant, having been hanged by the neck until dead, I shall ask Superintendent Frederick George Abbott to relate the essential facts of case number 87-300.
Since Superintendent Abbott has been retired from the CID for many years and is now in poor health, you will hear his voice as it must have sounded at the time of this case some 30 years ago.
Go to Hay, I was told, and I thought he was swearing at me. But I quickly learned that Hay is only just across the border in Wales. The railway station, in fact, is in England. Hay is a little town, an old one, and the market centre for quite a countryside along the River Wye, and the valley called Cusop Dingle, which separates the two countries. I sought out the local police sergeant, whose name was Jones.
Catesby ap Catesby Jones. Jones is a fairly common name in Wales, it is. But there are not so many of the ap Catesbys, I will assure you.
Oh?
I have lived here in Hay all of my life.
Then I take it that you know this chap quite well.
Yes, I know the foreigner quite well.
Foreigner? I'm talking about, what's his name, Major Birdsong?
Yes, the foreigner. He is an Englishman. Devonshire, isn't it? Where he comes from?
I'm sure I don't know.
I know all about him. He came here long before the war. That would be 8 years ago, and he's...
And he's still the foreigner.
Whoever is not born in Hay is a foreigner, Superintendent.
What else do you know about him, Sergeant?
Well, he became partner to Mr. Gwilym Evans, a solicitor. And when Mr. Evans died in 1913, he succeeded to the business.
Oh?
And then he went to the wars and came back a major. And then he wanted to become a partner of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Oh.
He was the other solicitor. He had an office opposite on Broad Street. But Mr. Arthur Hughes had a young relation with him in his office. And when he died, this young man, who had served with the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, took over the business by the terms of the will of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Ah.
Which is why you have come down to Hay from London, do you see?
As through a glass darkly.
Eh?
As through a glass darkly, Sergeant. That's from the Bible, I think.
Indeed to goodness, from 1 Corinthians, sir.
You didn't tell me the name of this young man you speak of.
Oh, for heaven's sake, he is Mr. Owen Davies, who came so near being the late Mr. Owen Davies.
I thought it was a maid in Davies' house who almost died.
That is true, of course. But if Mr. Owen Davies had eaten one of the chocolates, he might have been made ill, and he might have died, Superintendent.
But he didn't.
God be thanked.
You're certain these chocolates were poisoned?
Dr. Llewellyn examined them, Superintendent.
Then why do you suspect this Major Birdsong Jones? You don't know the chocolates came from him, do you?
Who else would have a motive? And besides, isn't he a foreigner?
The next order of business, having arrived on the earliest of the 3 trains a day that served the town of Hay, was breakfast. And not bad either. Bacon and eggs, scones with bitter Dundee marmalade, several small oceans of tea. Not bad at all. Then Sergeant Jones and I called upon Mr. Owen Davies, the former Welsh Fusilier, who had avoided an untimely demise by not eating chocolates. I wanted to know more about that.
No, sir, I don't know where they came from.
Well, Mr. Davies, isn't it just a trifle unusual?
I know where they came from, some shop or other in London, but who sent them, I don't know that.
Oh. Well, where do you think they came from?
Well, I thought my wife bought them, I suppose.
And indeed, to goodness, she thought Mr. Owen Davies had bought them, Superintendent.
So you tucked into them without asking anyone, eh?
I didn't eat any, Superintendent. Neither did my wife.
It was the maid, Gladys Powell. The maid. She ate one.
And became violently ill.
And it was arsenic poisoning Dr. Llewellyn diagnosed, and he called me.
Did she die?
By the grace of the Lord, no. But she was a very sick little girl.
Serves her right. Stealing chocolates.
Oh, I'd hardly call that stealing, Mr. Davies.
She'll not get another opportunity in my house. I sacked her.
And what made you suspicious of this other chap, Major Birdsong? Is that his name?
Kindly don't pronounce his name so loud, officer.
Why not? Can he hear me?
He is looking at us this very moment, Superintendent.
What? Where?
Sit still, I beg you. His office is directly across the street.
Oh, you mentioned that, didn't you, Jones?
He is looking out of his window at us this moment, sir.
Eh? Can see us, then?
Aye.
You're sure he has no idea that he is suspected?
I am sure of that, sir.
Strikes me it's an awfully thin case against him, Jones. After all you have is the fact that he lost out on gaining this business. Look, the fellow's smiling over here. He's waving.
He'll be coming over here any minute now. Hello, Birdsong.
Oh, you're on good terms, eh?
One has to be.
He's wondering who you are, Superintendent.
No, he doesn't look very dangerous.
I'm not so sure.
Look here, I came here to investigate an attempted murder, Mr. Davies. I'm beginning to believe that I'm wasting my time talking about a sordid little case of business jealousy or something like that.
Oh, no. We don't think so, sir.
Well, I know you don't think so, Jones.
Superintendent, you don't understand.
I don't like these village feuds.
Well, I must admit, Superintendent, you might think that is what is upsetting us.
I do.
But it is more than that, sir. Major Birdsong owes me and one of my principals a large sum of money which I have been pressing him to pay.
Yes?
And Major Birdsong has been quite insistent that he cannot pay the sum, which, as I say, is quite considerable.
Is that a motive for attempting murder?
Major Birdsong is a very violent man. Like so many small men, he's a very violent man.
Indeed, yes.
Has he threatened you?
He has indulged in some very violent language.
Well, he seems friendly enough now.
I'm still afraid of him.
And I, too, Mr. Davies.
May I ask why?
It is a long story.
Tell us.
Well, he lives across the border at Mayfield and Cusack Dingle.
Across the border, sir, in England.
Well, that's not so very reprehensible, Mr. Davies. Except to a Welshman.
That's not the point, Superintendent.
What is, then?
The man has rather extensive lawns and gardens at his home. And to hear him tell it, life with him is a continual battle with weeds.
Well, most gardeners...
He carries on a continuous war against weeds, quite savage,
He works harder destroying weeds than he does at his office.
Yes, with arsenic, weed killer, Superintendent.
He's the only man in the village who keeps a stock of pure arsenic on hand, Superintendent.
How do you know that?
From my father-in-law, the village chemist, who sells it to him.
Are you happily married, Mr. Davies?
Why,
I hope you are.
Why?
You just said that your wife's father also deals in arsenic, sir. In wholesale lots. Having left Mr. Owen Davies with what the Irish sometimes call a flea in his ear, I removed myself to ruminate a trifle. This suspicion of the foreigner, Major Birdsong, I must admit, appeared to me most absurd. As I've no doubt it also appears to you. Of the two, I was most impressed by Birdsong, although I'd had but scant opportunity to observe him from across the street. I went to call on him. I wanted to form a better opinion of the man. He was a small, dapper man with a most military moustache which seemed a trifle too large for him. Mr. Birdsong, I ventured.
I'm Major Birdsong, yes, sir. May I be of service to you?
I noted a black mourning band on the left sleeve of his jacket. Nobody told me about that. Another point in his favor, I noted mentally. A man still wearing mourning for close relatives, hardly the type to attempt murder. Major Birdsong, I said, I'm Superintendent Abbott of Scotland Yard. He smiled cheerfully at me through his huge moustache.
Come to arrest me for sending poisoned chocolates to Davies across the street?
Oh. You know about this thing, then, sir?
Little difficult to keep a secret, you know, in a town like this, Superintendent.
What sort of chap is this, Davies?
An amiable fathead. Not so amiable either. Rather soured on the world. I suppose you noticed his expression.
Well?
Took a machine gun bullet through his cheek at Hummel on the Somme. Stiffened up his face muscles. Can't smile. Well, that's not much loss to him. I never knew him to smile much before he was wounded. Poor chap.
What's this row between him and you?
Well, I was naturally a bit upset about the way he did me out of old Hugh's business, which I considered would someday be mine, and I was quite cut up. Natural, I suppose, but Davis. Odd beggar.
You owe him money?
Not anymore. If you've ever seen a mountain made out of a molehill, that was it.
I hear it involved a considerable sum of money.
He accused me. I saw you in his office with Dogberry Jones, the local limb of the law, a bit ago. He accused me as usual.
He wasn't very happy with you.
He was very annoying. It was quite legitimate, but he made rather an issue out of it. Principally, I think, because I was strapped and couldn't find the money at once.
But you settled that indebtedness now?
Yes. I fortunately came into some money recently, although it took most of it to pay off this fella. I should be quite well off if he hadn't. Oh, well, it's all over now and forgotten.
I'm not so sure of that, Major Birdsong.
Oh, come now.
Well...
Does the man actually think I sent him poisoned chocolates?
He points to your use of arsenic.
I use my arsenic on weeds. Nasty things. I've been using arsenic for 8 years or more here. Or rather, my home. I haven't been accused of murder yet. Besides, I buy my arsenic from his father-in-law.
I pointed that out. How do he and the old gentleman get along?
Atrociously.
Oh?
I think that wound of his has rather put him a little off his trolley, really. I've seen many a case like it. Nothing serious, you know, but, you know. I was in the army, you know.
So was I. Chief of Cornwall's Light Infantry.
I was in the ASC.
Then I take it that, so far as you're concerned, Major, there's no ill feeling between you.
Oh, decidedly not. Business. All's fair in love and war and business, you know. Why, as a matter of fact, he and I are driving over to my place, Mayfield, you know, in Cusack Dingle, my house for tea together. That's how unfriendly I am, Superintendent, even if I am a foreigner.
Well, don't serve chocolates, Major Birdsong. That's my advice. Thank you, sir, and good afternoon. Much later in the afternoon, I sat in the saloon bar of the Red Dragon with Sergeant Catesby, Ep Catesby Jones, and Dr. David Llewellyn, the local doctor who had diagnosed the illness of Davy's maid as arsenic poisoning. We drank sparingly of the local beer.
I gather you don't think so much of the case, Superintendent.
I've seen and heard very little so far to convince me that your Major Birdsong's a potential murderer, Sergeant Jones.
Well, Gladys Poe was certainly poisoned by arsenic, sir, as Dr. Llewellyn can tell you himself.
There is no doubt of that, Superintendent. If I had not taken prompt preventive measures, she would be dead this minute, so she would.
Who supplied the poison, Doctor?
I know of no place in this vicinity where arsenic is kept except at Birdsong's.
And the chemist?
Well, yes, at the chemist.
Who is Owen Davy's father-in-law?
That is so.
You think Birdsong, though? Don't you, Doctor?
Dr. Llewellyn, I'm thinking perhaps Superintendent should know about Mrs. Birdsong.
What about her?
She died.
Is that why he's wearing the mourning band on his sleeve?
It is.
Recent, then?
Quite.
Mm-hmm. Did she leave him some money?
She did.
That is where Major Birdsong got all the money to pay Mr. Owen Davies.
And just in time.
Oh. What'd she die of?
Sergeant, you're not drinking your beer. Pour some of it in my glass.
Here, let me get you one.
No, this is quite enough. I do not indulge very often. Thank you, Catesby.
Here, let me...
No, Superintendent, thank you.
You were talking about Mrs. Birdsong, Doctor.
Yes. She was the one in the family who had the money. Birdsong never had anything.
Not a farthing.
Not till she died.
Correct. Mrs. Birdsong had always been a little, shall I say, unstable. I was her physician, you see. About a year ago, she developed certain symptoms.
All right, Doctor. What kind of symptoms?
Her mind.
Oh.
And at last, I, together with Dr. Thomas Rattray of Carmarthen, an old and valued friend of mine, and an excellent man, certified her as insane. She was in an asylum at Gloucester for some 7 months, Superintendent.
She died there?
No. She recovered rather well. Not completely, you understand, but legally sane.
Legally?
What do you know about this, sir?
Indeed, I know all about it, sir.
She was brought home to Cusop Dingle, Mayfield, their home. Do get me another beer. I'm thirsty.
I'll get it, sir.
That is good of you, Catesby. About a month after she returned home, I must add that Major Birdsong was most insistent that she be released from the asylum. About a month later, she developed another symptom, physical symptom, and then she died.
Here you are, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Catesby.
You didn't say what sort of symptoms, Dr. Llewellyn.
Abbott, I'm a true Welshman, and this man is an outlander, an Englishman. But I am also a doctor of medicine, and I have taken the oath of Hippocrates, and I will not suborn myself. He is a foreigner, but I can't help that.
I know that, sir.
Where is my beer? When her will was admitted to probate...
Just in time, Superintendent.
Just in time, leaving him all her money and cutting off the rest of her relations, father, brother, all of them, without a sixpence, 2 things came to light. One, the will was a new one, legal, of course, drawn up only a week after she returned from the asylum. Sergeant Jones, you may tell the superintendent what else was discovered.
There are certain irregularities in the witnessing of the document, sir. Indeed, there was a considerable disagreement about it, but it was finally decided that the man had had trouble enough, with his wife insane and then dying. Nothing was said about it. But the evidence is there.
Yes, it is.
If evidence indeed it be, sir.
I'd like you to tell me about those symptoms of Mrs. Birdsong's, Dr. Llewellyn.
After carefully going over those symptoms in my mind, as best my memory serves,
yes,
and in the light of certain recent occurrences of which you are now aware,
get on with it, Doctor.
I am prepared to state that her symptoms might, mind you, have been those of arsenic poisoning.
But you cannot prove that, Doctor.
A post-mortem examination could, Superintendent.
You realize what that would mean?
Shall the wicked escape while the hunters rest?
I thought for a long time that night, to the ruin of a good night's sleep, would the Director of Public Prosecutions take seriously the views of this country police sergeant and order an exhumation and a post-mortem examination of the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong? Or would they consider me a gull, a too ready believer in gossip? I fell asleep after a long time, and I was awakened by the clatter of a bell in my ears. Telephone. Hello?
Is that Superintendent Abbott?
Yes. This is Superintendent Abbott here. Who?
Sergeant Catesby of Catesby Jones here, sir.
Who? Oh. Hello, Jones. What on earth?
Sir, I would never think of waking you at this hour of the morning.
What time is it?
4:26.
4:26. In the morning?
Yes. Sir, I wouldn't have waked you up if it had not been for Dr. Llewellyn, I assure you.
Dr. Llewellyn, what's the matter with it, Doctor?
He'll talk to you, sir. He's right here, Dr. Llewellyn.
Where are you? The police station?
Hello, Abbott. That you? Llewellyn here.
Yes, this is Abbott, Doctor. What's happened?
We're at Mr. Owen Davies' home, Superintendent.
Davies? Has he been hurt?
No, he is very seriously ill.
Ill? What's the matter?
I think I got here in time.
What's the matter?
You remember he went to tea at Major Birdsong's last night, Abbott?
Yes, of course.
He was taken extremely ill here in his home.
But what?
He has had nothing whatever to eat since leaving Major Birdsong's home.
What are you trying to tell me, Doctor?
About his symptoms, Superintendent. They're exactly the same as those of the maid Gladys Powell and of the late Mrs. Birdsong. Arsenic poisoning, sir.
I hurried, of course, to the home of Mr. Owen Davies, who was moaning and feeling very ill indeed. Fortunately, said Dr. Llewellyn to me, arsenic is thrown off quite rapidly from the human body.
So he's in scant danger now, but it might very easily have been fatal.
You can be certain that this is arsenic poisoning, Doctor?
No. I cannot be absolutely certain by what rough and ready tests I've been able to make here, but we'll know very soon.
How's that?
I've sent Catesby Jones with samples to the Clinical Research Association, and they'll find out for me whether arsenic is present.
It couldn't be anything else.
He has the symptoms of a severe bilious attack, that's true, but that rapid pulse, that could be arsenic's doing.
You're not sure, then?
Frankly, no.
But you will know?
One way or the other before very long.
May I talk to him?
Yes, of course. Not very long, though, of course.
Of course.
In here.
Well, Davis, what happened to you? He doesn't know anything about your suspicions, does he, Doctor?
No, of course not.
What happened, Davies?
That South Downer tried to poison me.
You had tea with him at his home, didn't you?
Yes, he had scones.
Had what?
Scones, you know. Those Scottish cakes. I love the blasted things. That's given me this... Oh! Indigestion.
Did he eat any of them, too?
Birdsong?
Yes.
No. I wish he had. Doctor, this is indigestion, isn't it? I'm not going to die, am I, Doctor?
Eventually, Owen, but I doubt you will this time.
And I really thought he did poison me. After all, he did try at once.
You really do dislike the man, don't you, Davies?
Now, Owen, don't excite yourself now. Come along, Superintendent. We've had long enough with him now.
I'm going to be sick.
Hand me that basin, Abbott, and get out.
I got out. I went and sat in Mr. Owen Davies' chair by the fireplace in his sitting room and waited. I heard footsteps creaking down the stairway. That was Mrs. Davies, I assumed. I remember hearing Dr. Llewellyn's voice and the woman's, and I drifted off to sleep. It was still less than 5:30 in the morning after all. And then I was awakened by a distant telephone bell. And I listened.
Yes? Dr. Llewellyn speaking. Oh, good morning, Catesby. You got there all right? There was someone there. They made their test. What was it? What did they find, Catesby? Good. I'll tell Superintendent Abbott. He'll want to know.
I was on my feet before he finished talking.
Abbott!
What did they find?
What I suspected. Arsenic.
John Davidson here, Black Museum, you know. Superintendent Abbott's mind was, of course, made up. He petitioned the Director of Public Prosecutions for an exhumation order on the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong. He also arrested the Major for the attempted murder of Owen Davies.
I expect you want to know how the arsenic got into the poisoned chocolates that were intended for Owen Davies and presumably into the poisoned scones. You remember that squirt gun affair that Superintendent Davidson showed you in the Black Museum? Sergeant Catesby Jones, who had kept the remainder of the poison candies, went over to Cusack Dingle to Birdsong's home, Mayfield. Tell us what you did, Sergeant.
I brought back that same squirt gun. It was still half full of arsenic, and tiny holes in the bottoms of the chocolates matched the nozzle of the thing perfectly. The arsenic had been injected into the candies, by goodness. And it was Major Birdsong's weed gun that had done it, for indeed to goodness there were small traces of chocolate on the nozzle of the thing.
And so, indeed to goodness, we charged him with that too. But we knew he couldn't be hanged for an unsuccessful murder, of course. And so did the Major himself. And so he sat in the village jail until the justice of the peace could see him. Until the late evening of that rainy day a week later. The body of Mrs. Birdsong was exhumed at 6 in the morning. It was taken to a 400-year-old stone house not far from Cusack churchyard where she had been buried. And there waited Norman Kirby, the Home Office pathologist, with Dr. Llewellyn and me. I stayed outside. At 4 that afternoon, Llewellyn came out. Well, Dr. Llewellyn, I said,
we found it.
Enough?
Some of the internal organs are fairly solid with it, Superintendent. We found, or rather Norman Kirby did, and he had the reagents to prove it, found nearly 3.5 grains of arsenic months after she was buried. A jury can't mistake that, my boy.
He stood up in the little cell when I opened the door. Albert Birdsong, I said, I arrest you on the charge of the willful murder of your wife, Mildred Clark Birdsong.
Correct.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Do you have your notebook, Sergeant Jones?
Indeed, to goodness I do, sir.
I'll make a statement. Yes, I killed her. I killed her because I had to have the money. I had to pay that... No point in calling names, is there? That fellow townsman of mine, Owen Davies. I'm sorry, but she wasn't much use anyway. Her mind, you know. It's a pity, but I had to do it. That's the long and short of it. I'm sorry about Davies. I'm sorry I didn't succeed. He richly deserved it. After all, it was on his account I killed Mildred, Inspector. Why not hang him instead?
No. The jury at the Summer Assizes at Hereford, the murder was committed at their home in England, not in Wales where his office was situated. That jury recommended that Albert Birdsong himself be hanged. And so he was.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Superintendent Abbott. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Lester Fletcher, Maurice Delamore, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the Witch of Salem.
and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you now.
I be today. Yes, sir. 106-year-old. Well, Satan, give word to douse all lights and we'll get right down to business. No! That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful, so we lights gloom and shadow. Now, roar up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a crowded ballroom in a fine big house in New York City. And there, midst happiness and laughter, begins our tale about the power of Lucifer. The power of Lucifer!
The next dance will be a waltz, dear. Sure you want to sit it out?
Yes, Catherine, I've stepped on enough defenseless female toes this evening. And as I have to buy your shoes, I'll be economical as well as merciful. This balcony seems deserted. Let's go out there.
And gaze at the moon?
Mm-hmm. Now, here's an especially nice chair for moon gazing. Big enough for both of us.
Not unless I sit in your lap.
It's all right. I have a good, strong lap. Now, give me a kiss.
Warren, don't muff my hair. Oh. Don't you ever get tired of making love to your wife?
No. My wife ever get tired of having me make love to her?
No.
There's no occasion for argument. Give me another kiss.
Oh, that's enough. And I'm going to sit in this other chair before you crush my gown and I press the crease out of your trousers.
All evening you've forsaken me, and now you're doing it again.
I am. And unless you curb your romantic ardor, I'll make you take me back in there and dance.
I'll be good. It's too nice to be out here with you and away from all those people.
You don't like the crowd that's here, do you?
Oh, they're all right, I suppose, but I don't understand them. I'm just a plain businessman. Hindu poets, Armenian artists, and Turkish musicians are way over my head.
Since Mrs. Brewster decided to patronize the art, she's certainly had some very strange people at her affairs.
Strange? They seem lunatics to me. Fortunately, old Dr. Farmer's wife had deserted him as you did me, so he and I sneaked off in a corner and discussed politics, Wall Street, and baseball. That plebeian brand of conversation soon drove away any nut who came near us. What particular sort of culture does the chap go in for who's been monopolizing you all evening?
Mr. Olaf?
No, that's his name. I didn't catch it when we were introduced. Russian, isn't he?
I imagine so, though he didn't mention his nationality.
What does he do for a living?
I don't know.
Spent enough time with him to have learned his whole life's history.
You weren't jealous?
Of course not. I merely asked about him because, well, he's such a peculiar-looking chap, and I'm curious to know what there is about him that held your interest for so long.
I don't know that either. He's a very strange person. He talks a steady stream from the moment I met him. Yes, I know nothing about him at all.
What does he talk about?
Well, a subject that I've only heard of in a vaguer sort of way before. Devil worship.
Devil worship?
Yes. Not medieval witchcraft or anything like that, but something that exists today. Cult of Lucifer, he called it.
Cult of Lucifer?
It's a religious sect, he said, that has churches, ordained priests, and a ceremonial.
And he said this cult of Lucifer is active now?
Yes, all over the world, right here in New York. He talks so much about it, I've an idea he himself remembers. Warren, there's something horrible about that man. 5 minutes after I met him, he was absolutely repulsive to me.
Yet you danced with him all evening.
I don't know why. After the first dance, I wanted to get away. Yet, when he asked me for another, I'd have been with him yet if you hadn't come for me. Warren, I made up my mind not to say anything about all this. It sounds so silly. Oh, but I'm glad I've told you. I want you to stay with me for the rest of the evening. Don't leave me for a moment. And if Mr. Orlov asks me to dance with him again, you make some excuse. Don't let me.
Sure. Are you intimating that you can't refuse this man yourself?
Yes. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I'm afraid of that man, Warren. Terribly afraid.
Oh, there they are, Mrs. Brewster.
My dear Catherine, we've been looking everywhere for you and Warren.
Oh, just sitting out of dance, Mrs. Brewster. Won't you join us?
Yes, he's with them.
Don't worry, darling. Your Mr. Orloff won't bother you now.
You and your husband have been enjoying the moonlight, Mrs. Gray.
Yes, Mr. Orloff, how gorgeously romantic. They're always running away from people so they can be by themselves, Mr. Orloff, as though they were sweethearts instead of husband and wife. In these two young people, you see the perfect marriage.
A most unusual thing to see. Perfect things are rare.
I'll say they are. But you played me a mean trick when you disappeared with Catherine, Warren. A Swedish poetess. Got me in a corner and nearly took my arm off.
I tell you, my dear, Dr. Farmer and I had organized a mutual protective association of two against us in there.
Oh, you and the doctor are incurably bourgeoisie.
Afraid we are, Mrs. Brewster. Your guests this evening are too highbrow for plain people such as Warren and myself. By that, I mean no offense to you, Mr. Olaf.
None is taken. I, like you, am plain people. Not what you call highbrow.
You're far too modest, Mr. Orloff. You and Warren must become better acquainted with this gentleman, Doctor. He's been everywhere, seen everything, and, he's told me of the most interesting things. Catherine, my dear, did he tell you of that perfectly intriguing sect he called the Cult of Lucifer?
Yes, Mr. Orloff told me a great deal about it.
What is the Cult of Lucifer?
Simply a group, or rather many groups, of people who believe that evil is a more potent factor in this world than good. Consequently, they worship the Lord of Evil and serve him, not by what Orthodox religionists call worthy acts, but by bringing sorrow and trouble wherever they can.
Did you ever hear of anything so perfectly fascinating?
There are idiots in this world who go in for anything.
The Cult of Lucifer is not composed of idiots, Doctor. You may have heard it said that the devil takes care of his own. He endows his most ardent disciples with great power. So I am told.
Oh, rot.
Perhaps. Of course, I am only speaking hearsay.
Oh, naturally. It's delightfully interesting to think about, but one wouldn't wish to be acquainted with people who believe such things personally, would one?
I don't think so, Mrs. Brewster.
No, darn well I wouldn't.
Now, I simply must return to my other guest. You'll excuse me, won't you?
By all means,
yes, of course.
You poor lovely people mustn't stay out here too long, though. Please leave you informed.
Well, no one gets me back in there while I'm in my right senses.
May I hope that Mrs. Craig will return to the ballroom very soon as my partner for the next dance, perhaps? Shall we go now? The music has begun.
Yes.
Catherine?
I have your permission, of course, Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Thank you. My arm, Mrs. Gray. We shall join you gentlemen later.
Hey, Warren, what's the matter with you? You look as though someone had hit you over the head.
But, Doctor, what? That man made me say yes when I wanted to say no. He walked away with Catherine when I wanted to stop him and she didn't want to go.
What are you talking about?
By the Lord, he isn't going to get away with it.
Warren, where are you going?
Orloff! Wait, come back here. Orloff!
Are you calling me, Mr. Gray?
Yes, come back here with my wife.
Oh, you're making a scene. What's the matter with you,
You will soon find out, and so will he.
Why have you called me, Mr. Gray?
You know well enough. But step out here on this balcony and I'll tell you. Let go of his arm, Catherine, and come here to me.
Warren.
Come here to me.
Go to your husband, Mr. Gray.
Yes.
What kind of a game are you playing? She couldn't even take her hand from your arm until you let her. When she told me you'd made her dance with you all evening against her will, I didn't know what to think. But now I do, because you just worked the same hypnotic trick on me. I don't like to be tricked, Mr. Orloff. And I don't want hypnotists experimenting on my wife. She's not dancing with you anymore, that's all.
Not quite so, Mr. Gray. Your tone has been both loud and insulting. Dr. Farmer has been a witness, and others have been attracted by your words. It is your privilege to say I cannot dance with your wife, but I expect an apology.
You won't get it all.
It may be in my power to compel it.
Not from me.
Who will apologize to Mr. Gray before these people?
I apologize to you, Mr. Orloff.
I thank you. But now that you have made it, I choose not to accept your apology, Mr. Gray. You will feel that Ivan Orloff is a most vindictive man. Good night.
What in heaven's name is the meaning of all this? What's happened to you? Again, you look stunned, like a man who has received a blow. Doc, he did it to me a second time. Beat down my will as he did before.
It doesn't matter, dear. He's gone now. Let's get our things and leave here. We never met him before tonight, and we won't see him anymore.
I'm not so sure of that. I didn't like the look of that fellow when he left.
He can't do us any harm, Doctor. He can't.
Darling, what's the matter?
Oh, dear. I feel faint.
Catch her, Warren. She's falling. Catherine, darling, what's wrong with you? Doctor, she's fainted. Carry her to that bench. Lay her down. But what could have caused it? I don't know. Catherine, darling. She's so white and still. She's scarcely breathing, Doctor. What's the reason for this? She hasn't been sick. I know that. I'm her doctor. Someone telephone for the ambulance. Hurry. An ambulance, Doc? Yes, you don't think... I've got to get her to a hospital if I hope to save her life. Her life? Yes. Her pulse is very weak. Her heart is beating and no more. But she can't die, Doc. You won't let her die. Doctor, I can help it. Hold on to yourself, my boy. Catherine. I can't understand it. I examined her only last week. Her heart was regular as a clock. What's the reason? Doctor, her lips are moving. She's trying to say something. What is it, dear? Oh, she hasn't even strength to speak to me. What's the reason? Be still, please. She is trying to say something. Catherine, what is it, dear? I couldn't hear her, Doc. What did she say? It was just a whisper. I think she said, the power of Lucifer. Isn't she any better, Doctor? Just the same, my boy. That's all you've told me for 3 days, that she's just the same. And she lies on this bed, never moving, scarcely breathing, dying. Oh, isn't there anything you can do to save her? I've done everything, tried everything I know. I'm at my wit's end, boy. The specialist I brought in can't diagnose this condition any better than I can, nor recommend a treatment. We doctors know so little. Then you haven't any hope? She's going to die? No, I haven't given up hope. But doctors are only men. Where we fail, often something else steps in and saves. God. He gives and he takes away, son. Everything in this universe is really up to him. And he's forgotten her and me. Don't you think I've prayed to him? Every moment since she collapsed that night, a prayer's been on my lips or crying in my heart. A prayer of desperation. A cry for my whole being. For if I lose her, I have nothing in the world. He's forgotten me. He doesn't care. I don't think you or I or any other human being can say that. For we don't know his schemes. My boy, I'm not just trying to deaden your anxiety and heartbreak with a sugar-coated anodyne of religion. I haven't any creed. I'm just talking what I sincerely believe. Catherine has been unconscious for 3 days. She hasn't suffered for a single moment of that time or felt the slightest pain. If she doesn't come out of this, I don't say she won't. I don't believe she won't. And I'll do all a human being can to bring her back to you. But if I can't, she'll simply pass from a light sleep into a deep one. She'll have been spared a lot of trouble that living holds for everyone. God will have been very kind to her, my boy. And you won't have lost Catherine. For there's another place where those who love are reunited. Maybe. 3 days ago I thought that, believed, was sure of it. Now I've lost all faith in the sort of providence that struck my wife without a warning. Warren. I've lost all faith, I tell you. If there is a force for good, there's an evil force that counteracts it. An evil force that's the strongest. You don't know what you're saying. Oh, yes, I do. Doctor, what did Catherine's whisper mean that night when she murmured the power of Lucifer? I don't know. Probably something about Olaf's filthy cult had lingered in her mind. Or it may have been in my mind, so that I read her whisper as I did. I couldn't really swear her lips formed words, She murmured too low to hear.
No, she said what you thought she did all right. She said the power of Lucifer. They were the last words she uttered. They were a message to me, a message I hadn't understood until now.
What do you mean?
That devil Olaf did this thing to her. As he proved that he could bend our minds, now he's proved his hellish power in her body.
You're mad.
No, I'm not. You haven't any explanation for whatever struck her down, without cause, without a warning. I have, at last. Olaf threatened me. He said the devil took care of his own. That he gave great power to his disciples, to him. That power is killing my wife. The power of Lucifer. The god of evil who is stronger than the Lord of good.
You're beside yourself, my boy. You can't believe such a thing.
I do believe it. And if Catherine dies, then I'll know it's true.
My boy.
Doctor. Catherine just moaned. The first sound she's made is...
Out of my way, Warren. Let me see.
What's that rattling noise I hear? It's coming from her throat. Doctor, she looks different. She's lying so still there. There's not the slightest movement. Her eyes are open, staring. Doctor, why are you putting that sheet over her face? Doctor! Catherine. Catherine.
Son.
Catherine, my darling.
Don't lose faith, my boy. You'll find her again if you don't lose your faith. Who is it? Oh, I shan't need you now.
I've brought an important message, Doctor. It's for Mr. Gregg, near Mr. Olaf.
Olaf? What is the message?
Simply this slip of paper his address was. But he said it was a matter of life and death. Oh, Doctor. Mrs. Gregg?
Yes, just now.
His address. A matter of life and death. Perhaps he meant he could have saved her. But it came too late. He'd gone farther than he thought. She's dead.
Boy, what are you muttering to yourself?
He killed her. He killed her. But this tells me where to find him.
Warren!
This tells me where to find him. Where to take his life for hers.
Come back. Stop him, someone.
He's mad, Doctor.
All the power of Lucifer won't save him. His life for hers. His life for hers.
Come in. The gentleman we expected has arrived, master. It was exactly 11 minutes past midnight when you let him in the downstairs door. I told you it would be. The master knows all things. Mr. Gregg has a pistol in his pocket. Yes, master, with his hand inside the pocket and his fingers on the trigger. Already, I can see the outline through the cloth. I see it through these walls. I saw him buy the gun 4 miles away. He means to shoot me the moment he and I are alone in this room. Throw him in at once, Alexei, and leave us yet. Fools, the gentleman, master. Come in, Mr. Gray. Please go, Alexei, and shut the door behind you. Yes.
You murderer.
Wait. Before you press the trigger of that pistol, let me ask you one question.
No, you...
It is a question I summoned you to hear. The question of life or death. Do you want your wife restored to you?
My wife?
Do you want your wife restored to life?
You know she's dead. That proves you killed her.
I do not deny it. I told you once that Ivan Orlov was the most vindictive man.
You fiend. Now you'll pay. Your life for hers.
Wait. First answer my question. Do you want your wife restored to life?
No. You're playing with me.
A man does not play when another holds a loaded pistol at his waist. And I am very afraid of firearms, really. Keep your pistol, Mr. Gregg. Keep it pointed at my body if you will. But you had better hear what I have to say before you shoot. So, you relax a little. That is better. I left a note telling you where to find my humble residence as your dear wife breathed her last. Wait. I left it because Ivan Orlov is also a forgiving man when his vengeance is complete. And the power of Lucifer can give as well as take.
The power of Lucifer?
Which in that hospital room this evening you realize was greater than the power of food. I am a priest of Lucifer. His is the power that I wield. You doubt perhaps that I can bring your wife to life, as I have made her die. Take this piece of paper. Tear it up. Tear it up. Hold the pieces in your open hand. I have not touched them. I do not touch them. Yet look.
They've joined together.
As they were before you tore them. So I can restore the broken fragments of your dear one's life.
Give her back to me. I'll be your slave.
I do not need a slave. But the master I adore needs loyal servants.
What do you mean?
That the devil takes care of his own, but only his own. That he gives nothing for nothing. You must pay a price. That you must serve him if you would have him serve you.
To regain Catherine, I must...
You must be consecrated in my master's service. Tonight and forevermore, you must bow down and worship Lucifer. You are very well, my brother. For we are brothers now by the virtue of the faith we share. You did not enjoy your consecration in our order?
That was horrible. Bestial. Unholy.
Holy and unholy are words we do not employ. The thing is either evil or uneven. For there our power lies.
If evil gives you power to bring back the warmth of life to that cold body on the bed, I accept your awful faith. To have her back, to have her love again, is worth the eternal damnation of my soul, if I have a soul.
You must not doubt the existence of your soul, my brother. For to accept the creed of evil, the creed of good must also be believed. One cannot exist without the other. Our deity is stronger, as you shall soon see. Or he will bring the dead to life.
How soon? How soon?
In less than a minute. Blood will course again in those now so lifeless veins. Breath will return, and those closed eyes will open of themselves. In less than a minute, the dead will rise and walk.
Oh, Catherine, it'll be worth my soul to have your love again.
You have not forfeited your soul. Souls are not my master's business.
You said if he restored her, I must pay a price.
Of course. He gives nothing for nothing.
What will that price be?
I do not know. I do not even know the price that I must someday pay for power. But I do not care. Power is all that matters. And I shall live many years to wield it. For I control the minds of men, and nothing can destroy me.
Olaf, color's returning to her cheeks.
By the power of Lucifer.
She breathed. You've kept your promise. You're restoring her to life.
Not I, but he myself.
Her flesh grows warm. She's coming back to me. Now, like you, I don't care what price I have to pay. I'll have Catherine once more. My Catherine. Olaf, she's at her eyes. Speak to me, darling. Let me hear your voice again. You look as though you didn't know me. I'm Warren, dear. Your husband. Catherine, why do you laugh like that? Why are you laughing like a baby? Olaf, her eyes.
What about them?
They're blank, staring. Her body lives, but her eyes are dead.
So they are. I forgot to tell you that though my master can restore the dead to life, he cannot restore the brain.
You mean that Catherine?
She is an imbecile, my brother. As I have said, the Lord of Evil has no province over souls. And without the soul, there can be no mind, of course. But rest easy now. You have nothing more to fear. You have paid the devil's price.
You monster! You fiend!
Drop that gun.
Oh!
You fool. I told you I had mastery over all created men. When I let you keep that gun this afternoon, I only played with you for amusement. I am a priest of Lucifer. With the power he has given me, I shall live forever.
Catherine!
She has picked up the gun you dropped. Take it from her and return it to your pocket. It pleases me to have you keep it and know you cannot use it.
Imbecile. Do not point that gun at me. Drop that pistol, I say. Drop it. She has no mind, Olaf. Your power is before her, and her fingers on the trigger. No. Now, Olaf, you, like me, have paid your master's price. Only you bought power. Something evil had to sell. I tried to purchase love.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. Now you and me has business to attend to. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.